Constitution Day Live 2020. We're here at the Bill of Rights Institute, and we want to welcome you to our celebration of the Constitution on Constitution Day. And our theme this year is United We Stand, ? We'll be having a 4-hour live stream over the course of the day as part of our celebrations of Constitution Day. And for those who do not know me, my name is Gary Coletti, and I'm a director of teacher and student programs here at the Bill of Rights Institute. And with me is Mr. Kirk Higgins.
That's right. My name is Kirk Higgins. I'm the Director of Content here at the Bill of Rights Institute, and we're very excited that you're all joining us on September 17th, which marks the day that the Philadelphia Convention sent out the Constitution, their final draft, for ratification to the states.
Now that is significant, a way of looking at the Constitution on Constitution Day, that we are celebrating a document and that we are celebrating a day that this document was given or sent to others for ratification. And by ratification, can we talk about that for us a moment?
Right, so ratification meant that the document was going out to the 13 states, that they needed 9 of those 13 states to approve the Constitution before it would be valid by law according to Article 7 in the Constitution. So when the Constitutional Convention finished their months of work in drafting, they then sent it out to those states who formed conventions, popularly elected conventions, to decide whether or not that state would approve the document as the governing charter for a national government.
Well, that's incredible. So on this Constitution Day, already what we're talking about is it took a number of people to create this document, but even more so, a number of people to approve, to have trust in this document, to say unite together around this document?
Yeah, that's right. So United We Stand with a question mark
Okay.
Is our theme for the day. Because there's a lot of things that unite within the Constitution. There's a lot of disparate elements. So you're talking about this coming together, but even within that, there's a conversation, right? It's not a uniform agreement on something. It's a debate. It's a dialogue. And so throughout the day today, we're going to look at how the Constitution facilitates that, but also how we do it within civil society. What is it that we do in our everyday lives that help bring about this unity and help bring about us as a nation in creating the society in which we live?
That's right. So expect a lot of deep dives into these big ideas of unity and of dialogue, but then actual dialogue. Throughout the day, we've got a series of interviews, dialogues, conversations with people from all over society that are really going to inform and really deepen this conversation we are having today and the conversation we're having with you by being live. Among those conversations that we'll see are U.S. Senator Mike Lee from Utah, who served in Congress since 2011, who's got a deep respect for the Constitution and is a real expert on constitutional law.
That's right. We'll also be joined by Evelyn Marquez, who is from Commerce City, Colorado, and she is an entrepreneur and an immigration activist. So it'll be really exciting to hear from her.
That's right. And a really good series of interviews also include Joel Peterson, who's chairman of the board of overseers at the Hoover Institution at Stanford and a professor there, as well as chairman of the board at JetBlue Airways. And so his conversation will inform a lot of different perspectives that we have.
That's right, and we'll also be joined by Dr. Danielle Allen, who is a professor at Harvard University, and she is a political theorist and has published widely in democratic theory and political sociology and political thought. And I'm really excited. She met with our president, Dr. David Bobb, and really got to what we talk about a lot here at the Bill of Rights Institute, which is sort of the constitutional principles and the underlying themes that really bring together our Constitution, how it functions, and how we think about how it functions from a governmental level, but also from a societal level.
That's great. So, I mean, in addition, we've got conversations with teachers, BRI staff members, but I really like what you were saying just now about the conversation between President Bobb and Danielle Allen, and I think it's a really interesting way to start off our interview sections about our big theme, which again is United We Stand ?
Right, and I think thinking about that in each of those parts is interesting. United, what does it mean to be united? We, who is the we in that statement? And then stand, what are we standing for? What does it mean to stand together? And so to kick that off, I think we're going to hear from Dr. Allen first.
That's correct. And we'll be right back afterwards with some conversations and analysis.
That's right. Well, let's check it out.
In our fractious moment today that we've talked about, there is the peril you've noted of the Articles of Confederation kind of like existence creeping back into American life. That was one that greatly concerned those learned people, Madison in particular, but also Wilson. It has concerned many today. It's the genesis of some of those solutions that you just pointed out in 3 spheres of life. As we think today and go forward in our many and sundry directions, there's sometimes a thinking about the Constitution that we're going to have to come to national unanimity. What's the difference between unity of the sort that matters and unanimity? In other words, where's the pluribus part as it relates to the unum?
Mm-hmm. No, that's a great question. The difference between unity and unanimity is like the difference between wholeness and oneness. Okay, so wholeness is a word we use to describe an organic entity that has an integrity. It continues in being in time as a single living thing. That doesn't make it homogeneous. It doesn't mean it's the same in all of its dimensions and aspects. And that, in that regard, is sort of different from the concept of oneness. So I prefer to think that our goal is wholeness. I also love the fact that the word whole, in its etymology, it's an Anglo-Saxon word. It goes back to the word for heal, for health. So a whole society is also a healthy society. So again, unity is about that bond where we are committed to being a society together, even in our diversity, even in our disagreement. We will see an outer bound to our disagreement at the point where it would break us, all right? So that there come moments where we're having a substantive debate, even about something as important as climate change or immigration or economic policy, and we have to stop and say, actually, the more important thing in this moment is that we remain a single society, desiring to make decisions together. I'm going to stop short of my fullest policy goal because the possibility of being a member of a democratic society is so valuable to me that I don't want to lose that. So that's the challenge. And for me, that's what wholeness is about, is accepting sometimes being on the losing end of a policy question, accepting sometimes stopping short of the fullest of one's substantive goal, because one has another substantive goal, and that is ongoing participation as a decision maker in a democratic society.
So it's really recovering, in essence, the idea of compromise.
It's recovering compromise. I mean, I think it's really important when one talks about compromise to be able to understand the difference between good compromises and bad compromises. And that's, I think, one of our greatest challenges. Our single most prominent example of compromise in American history is, of course, the compromise over enslavement. I think that fact makes it very hard for us to accept compromise as something that's valuable in a democracy. So what I like to point out is that both the Constitution and the Declaration have 2 compromises in them. One was about enslavement and one was about religion. And I think if you look at both of them, you can see the difference between a good compromise and a bad compromise. So with regard to religion, in both the Declaration and the Constitution, there was an effort to open up space for a diversity of religious experiences and positions and commitments to all play a role in the formation of the political body, including the views of those who were atheists or deists rather than being Christians, for example. Now, when they formed that compromise, they really took into account the perspectives of all those embraced by the body politic, all who were relevant to the formation of the society. In other words, the compromise was based on inclusiveness, all right? I think that's what makes it a good compromise. If you look at enslavement, you can see where I'm going. Clearly, the enslavement compromises did not take into account the perspectives of all affected by them. Namely, the perspectives of those who were enslaved were not included in the structuring of the compromise. So there you go, that's your bad compromise. So we do need compromise in a democracy, but we need compromise that is based on or rests on a foundation of inclusiveness in decision-making, inclusiveness of the perspectives considered as we work our way towards compromise.
What an excellent conversation. You know, we're very familiar in the Constitution with the preamble, we the people, and words are so important. And what I really enjoy is thinking a lot of the words that they were zeroing in on. The idea of wholeness and oneness and unity itself, and the meaning of those words. Do you feel that there is distinction there?
Yeah, I think, it's interesting to point out United We Stand is not in the Constitution, and yet it's been a phrase that has been used in the United States since its beginning. I mean, even back, I think John Dickinson wrote a song called the Liberty Song at one point, where he has this refrain of United We Stand, divided we fall. But in the Constitution itself, there isn't that phrase, and yet the preamble kind of points to it, right? It says, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union." Mm-hmm. So in that, you both have we the people, us as sovereign individuals, coming together to form a union. So individuals and union. It's an interesting tension, and yet very deliberately placed, I think, at the very outset of the Constitution.
Yeah, it's worth taking time, to even just zero in on a sentence like that, right? And to say it requires almost an appreciation of the word choice, right? This idea of interpreting it as that maintaining individuality and coming together as a whole versus being uniform in some way. And yet this coming together is driven towards something, right? Something in common, or something that is being sought in some way.
Yeah, that's right. And it is that active choice, that action. It's us acting in a political form. So we act in lots of different ways in our everyday lives, and we'll explore that a little bit today. But us choosing to become a part of that political association is significant, but in that we don't lose our individuality, and that's why you see different documents protecting those individual rights or individual liberty, as it's referred to, mm-hmm. All across sort of our history, right? So the Bill of Rights being the biggest example of that. We are the Bill of Rights Institute, so we think a lot about those individual liberties, but it's important that we're not just individuals. We come together, and when we come together, we're able to accomplish amazing things.
Yeah, and that's a really incredible thing for Constitution Day itself, right? Right from the outset of this conversation, there's the idea of how do you balance that individuality with coming together for some kind of common cause or direction you're going to. And speaking of going together in a common direction, some of our BRI staff are out there in Washington, D.C. right now.
That's right. They're touring around the Capitol today. We are fortunate to be just adjacent to the District of Columbia. And so we've sent out several BRI staff members to go to a few different gathering places around the Capitol and tell us their thoughts and reflections throughout the day. So Chris and Nadley, are you guys there?
Yes,
yes, we are. Can you hear us, guys?
We can. Hello.
Yes.
Can you tell us where you are?
Well, I'll let you guess. Can you see what's behind us?
It looks like the Supreme Court.
It is indeed, Kirk. So first of all, happy Constitution, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. As Kirk and Gary said, we're going to be visiting various locations around DC. And I'm so grateful that that Nadely and Kathleen, who work on our development and ops team, were able to join me this year. One of the things that all of these locations, one of the many things all the locations are going to have in common is that they're all gathering places. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. But first, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Nadely, Mercedat, and she's going to tell you a little bit about herself, where she's from.
Hey guys, my name is Nadely, as Chris said. I am born and raised from Jersey, and I actually moved down here about 5 years ago. And the Supreme Court steps was actually one of the first places I visited. And reading it in history class when I was in high school, middle school, and seeing it live is two different things. And I'm just so happy that we live so close to the Supreme Court steps where we can actually visit it and with no problem. So this is definitely an experience for me.
That's fantastic. So in keeping with our theme of United We Stand, you chose to start off your tour of DC at the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court's known for its decisions over the years, right? Multiple sides, some kind of often conflicts, some disagreements, but the decisions come out of that, and then each time there's dissent. Can you tell me a little bit more about your choice to go to the Supreme Court and what that means in terms of our theme of United We Stand?
Sure. Well, a couple thoughts. One, I don't know if you can see it, but over the frieze, I think you call that, over the pillars, it says equal justice under law. And we're starting today kind of moving backwards with the third branch. In the judicial branch, we hope, and the Constitution lays out this concept that we all are treated equally before the law in spite of our differences, our backgrounds. And so people come here when there's an important court case being decided that they feel affects them personally, to protest, to let their voices be heard, to practice their First Amendment rights. And I think the other thing that we often see in this very space are people coming together to celebrate. I think, for example, we saw that recently, the Supreme Court decision around workplace protections for LGBTQ people. There was a lot of celebration right here, even in this time of COVID. People are still coming together both to protest and to celebrate. So the First Amendment is definitely one of the things that unites us and brings us together. And yeah, you have any thoughts?
Freedom of speech. That's one of the greatest things that we have and that we can actually practice. And it's just cool that we can practice it so close in DC, right in front of the Supreme Court stuff. So you have to always appreciate freedom of speech for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really powerful. I mean, it's really powerful just to think about the fact that you can walk right up to the Supreme Court building, as any individual can, that you can go in and listen to the proceedings of the court if you're able to get in. It is limited seating, right? But it is powerful that we as citizens can come and gather there, and that the law, which is another thing that we'll return to, the Constitution being sort of the fundamental law of the United States, is there for people to understand, interpret, and think about and reason about. So I'm excited to see where you guys go throughout the rest of the day. Thank you so much for joining us. And I think our next clip is coming up here, and I think we're going to talk to Joel Peterson about the idea of trust. And I think trust is something that does happen, as Chris and Nadely both alluded to, at the Supreme Court. We trust that our courts are going to read and interpret the law fairly and justly.
That's right. So Joel Peterson sat down with our Stand Swim and had a conversation, I think, that we're going to continue the dialogue of the day. So let's take a look at that.
All right. We'll see you guys later.
I said we would come to talking a little bit about how you build trust in teams and businesses and the benefits of having that high trust in those teams. I think it'd be great to explore that with our audience today. Why does trust matter in a business context? You talk about 3 kinds of trust in your book. I don't know if you want to define those for us and help us understand what each of them is good and maybe not so good for.
Well, let me just first say why trust is so important. A little bit about trust generally. It allows us to get things done much more quickly than if we have these really thick contracts and people are mistrustful and there are remedies and people feel litigious. It takes forever to sort out disagreements. Whereas if we trust people to be fair, honest, fully disclosive, we can move more quickly. We find that we can make agreements that are more flexible. So we agree on something and then circumstances change and we come back together, and because we trust each other, we work out a new agreement. We don't get hung up on the old agreement. Plus it's more fun to deal with it. So it's faster, more flexible, and it's more fun to live in a high trust environment. So I've tried to define these 3 kinds of trust. The first kind is representative trust, which is the most common kind. You have a representative trust with your lawyer or with your doctor or your dentist. They don't have to trust you except to give them good information, but you have to trust them to exercise professional expertise, that you're fully reliant on them. There's not much you can do to check whether or not your surgeon is well trained, et cetera. So that's representative trust. There's this thing called reciprocal trust, which you find in high functioning families, high functioning partnerships, where you are each reliant upon the other. Think of yourselves as runners in a relay race, where each of you has to run your own leg. If you do that, if you pass the baton smoothly and run your leg, you'll be able to run faster than world-class sprinters by having this kind of reciprocal trust. And again, it's really the summit. It's the best kind of trust to have, but it doesn't always exist. Then there's this thing called pseudo trust, which we kind of think allows us to assume that somebody else is doing what we think they're doing, but only because they're acting in their self-interest, and our self-interests are coincident. In other words, we have the same self-interest. So as long as they want to do what is in their interest and is also in ours, then we trust them to to achieve our ends. The minute we diverge, they'll continue to do what's in their interest, and we shouldn't trust them anymore. So those are the three kinds of ways that trust shows up in the world. And my recommendation is for people to really work hard on building reciprocal trust, because it really makes life more fun, faster, more flexible, more innovative. Lots of good things happen.
Once again, an excellent interview, and once again, focusing on important words that were brought up. And I think what was very crucial to this conversation is this concept of trust. I mean, both for the Constitution itself to function, but also for society, this idea of trust is essential. So what do you think, what do we mean by trust?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. So going back, we were talking about the preamble a little bit earlier in ratification. So when that ratification process was happening, that was an action where the people of the states had faith that what they were voting for as the Constitution would be put into law. And even beyond that, several states were frustrated by different elements of the Constitution, so called for amendments to be placed on to the Constitution immediately after it was ratified. Right, so there's an action where they're saying, we approve of this, but we want you to change it, and they trust that that would happen. So what does trust mean? In my mind, that it's really about faith in others and belief in their, I think, humanity, and that they are going to act on your behalf, which I think is what Joel Peterson was kind of getting at with his three different definitions for trust. That idea that you are placing your faith and your interest in another person and believing that they will act as they say they're going to.
Right, yeah. I mean, contracts and agreements, particularly when they're written down, require certain, belief and trust in each other. And like you said, a faith that is going to be fulfilled, right? So the Constitution itself is a document, but the power of it is that not only do we trust as it was written and ratified, but also that it's going to last through time, no matter who you are in society.
Right, it's something you can go to and identify. And I think beyond that, what's interesting is that so there's the trust that the Constitution is what it is and is what it says, but there's also trust that we place in our representatives that we elect, right? Mm-hmm. So because we are not able to have an opinion or make a decision about everything, we elect others to act on our behalf within the government. Those are our representatives, who will talk to one of those representatives who is in Congress now later. But that trust, I think, is another way that we're sharing in this process. We rely on one another. And so I think trust is fundamental to the way that the Constitution itself operates.
Yeah, and I think that's a really great point, right? Because we don't often have day-to-day conversations with representatives, but we are citizens in society and interacting with each other in our community. And in the Bill of Rights Institute, one of the great things is throughout the year, we are having conversations with lots of people. And we wish we could have conversations throughout the entire day with lots and lots of people. But in the interest of time, we're going to talk to a couple of different people about a bunch of different things, and one coming up is Evelyn Marquez.
That's right. Evelyn Marquez, who is an entrepreneur in Commerce City, Colorado, sat down and talked with Stan Swim. So let's take a look at it.
You've probably noticed, you've been here long enough to see that we Americans argue a lot with each other. Often we don't seem very united.
Right.
You're working toward being a U.S. citizen. I don't know if you want to share where you are in that process, but
Yeah.
why do you want to be a U.S. citizen, and what has that citizenship journey been like for you?
So yes, a lot of Americans do argue, and I understand. We're not all perfect. We just need to learn how to accept other people's opinions and just take it, I know we don't all do that, but but it's okay. I am working towards becoming a U.S. citizen because even though I wasn't born in this country, and even though I am not a U.S. citizen yet, I do consider this my country. I take big pride on that because I've been living here so long, and this is all I know. This country has given so much to me that I am honored to, hopefully by the beginning of next year, call myself an American as well. And I want to become an American because that will not only protect me from deportation, in the future, but it will give me the opportunity to be able to obtain better jobs, government jobs that I don't qualify for right now. I will be able to vote and attend to jury duty. And I just feel that it would be an honor to finally make it official and call myself an American, even though in my heart I'm an American.
Yeah. What do you think we Americans take for granted about our country? You've had different experience than so many of us. What do we take for granted?
You know, and I think I've done it too before, where we do take for granted everything that this country has to offer. We take for granted all the opportunities that we have. We have the opportunity to start a business. If you have anything in your mind and you want to pursue that, you can make it happen, because we have endless opportunities here. You can go out there and start your own business. You can go out there and pursue higher education. You can go to college. I mean, it's not free, but we all have to work towards what we want. And America can offer that to us. America does offer that to us. It gives us the opportunity to start any business that we're passionate about. And I think that we all, at some point, we take it for granted because we don't see that other countries are struggling. Other countries, you don't have the same opportunities that you have here to make money the way that we make here. Let's say you have a job, and even our jobs we take for granted sometimes. We have jobs that other people in other countries wish they had in order to provide for their families, in order to start a business, in order to do anything in life. And we have that here.
So Evelyn's story is a really powerful one, and I think, again, it reflects the conversations that we have throughout the year with lots of different people around the country. And it takes me back to this idea that we started with, which is that, you know, even as we're coming together, we're uniting. United we stand. But we are all individuals in that, and our perspectives are different, our ideas are different, our backgrounds are different, and yet we come together in a political community to live our lives, to take action, looking for stability and security. But there's always that, at the end of the Declaration of Independence, that pursuit of happiness, right? That desire to live our lives. And I think that's fundamental also to understanding the Constitution. In passing the Constitution, it wasn't this idea that there would be one law that would be it, but within that law there is this sense that things are separated. There's separation of powers, obviously, with the different branches, but even within those branches, different elements. And that all takes conversation and dialogue.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the beauty of the construction of the Constitution, because as you're saying, it's not a list of policies, right, necessarily. It's constructed in such a way that I always find really interesting, in that you can read it and focus on the idea of reading it as an individual, and what does this mean as an individual for the lots of different perspectives that we have as a human being, making choices, having one's own drive. And you can look at it in terms of everyone, right? And that it's constructed in such a way to say, you know, what is listed in there not only speaks to the individual and, as you're saying, the pursuits that they have, but also how do we construct systems to enable that to happen, to enable that to be protected. And I think a lot of that comes from realizing that as individuals, we're human beings making decisions with drives, going towards something, surrounded by lots of other people who have their own drives and are going towards something. And so there are times it works great, and there are times that it requires compromise.
That's right. I mean, even the Constitutional Convention, there's that famous speech at the end of the convention by Benjamin Franklin, captured in Madison's notes, where he basically calls the convention to say, look, we're close to doing something great here. And he, of course, has his favorite statement at the end of it where he says, you know, I've been looking at the chair at the front of the room, and I've been trying to decide whether it's a rising sun or a setting one. And I now believe that it is a rising sun, that there's hopefulness in it. But that doesn't mean that it's calm and smooth. Instead, it means that there's rich dialogue, there's rich conversation, there's debate. There are people who are passionate about many different things, and having an environment where all those voices are heard and allowed to meet with one another in a way that is then able to be reflected in the laws that we pass, I think is really at the heart, again, of what our constitutional system is designed to capture. And then within that, there is the different sort of functional things that happen that allow for it to operate in a stable and smooth way.
So stable and smooth, I think that's important, because that the causes of lack of smoothness, of roughness, might come from this idea that things may not go the way that you want to, right? I mean, you have this drive toward the ways you want doing things, but there is an instability that happens maybe from other people, maybe from circumstances, maybe from context, where it's not going to go the way that you want. But does that necessarily mean you're losing something? I think that's important as we talk about compromise to really understand what we mean. Does it necessarily mean you're giving up something? I think that word sometimes means that, but I don't think in the context of the Constitution and this conversation, it's necessarily just that.
Yeah, it's a really complicated thing. I think we're going to talk about the nature of compromise throughout the day today. But I think fundamentally it comes back to another constitutional principle we talk about a lot here at the Bill of Rights Institute, which is this majority rule but minority rights. Okay. Right? And then we're talking about minority as in a minority view. But that majorities in democracies do rule. They win out. But that winning doesn't mean it's at the expense of someone else. It's within that framework. And I know Danielle Allen is going to talk about this in a later session. But it's this idea that we are in it together. We are choosing to work together towards ends, but that compromise has to happen. We're not going to get our way all of the time because we're recognizing that there is a larger thing that we're working towards. And fundamentally what that means is that we all individually have value, right? That we are all equal in terms of the people that we are. We have equal dignity is another way of thinking about that. And I think that gets at the heart of the Declaration of Independence, which, though this is Constitution Day, the Declaration of Independence plays a large part in thinking about those fundamental principles that we're preserving. And of course, the famous line of, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. That universal declaration, I think, sits at the heart of what it means to compromise, because even though we're all created equal, that doesn't mean we're all going to agree.
Right, exactly. Not only agree, but also that it's something continuously worked on, right? And that there may be blockages or obstacles to overcome. But as you were saying before, it's not like a scores being kept, right, of teams where whoever has more points and things like this. But rather, how do you come together to accomplish something, to go even further? And so I think there's good and bad compromise.
Yeah, that's right. And that's actually one of the things that Mike Lee, in a conversation with our colleague Stan, talked about, and what it means to compromise, particularly for a U.S. Senator to compromise. So let's take a look at what Mike had to say about that.
You've described the making of the Constitution as being very hard. Hard because delegates had to, and again, your words, embrace ideological compromises and submit their states to economic sacrifices, close quote. What makes a good compromise and what makes a bad compromise?
That's a good question. First of all, you have to accept the premise that there is a distinction between a good compromise and a bad one. Sometimes people make the mistake of assuming either that all compromises are good or all compromises are bad, which misses the point. This comes up sometimes when controversial legislation is being discussed in Congress. My office will sometimes in those moments receive two waves of incoming phone calls and emails, one of which will say, don't compromise, never compromise, compromise is of the devil, it's bad. The other wave will say compromise anywhere, everywhere, in a box with a fox in the rain, on a train, anywhere and everywhere, just compromise. They both miss the point, which is that compromise isn't a substantive outcome. It's an inevitability in any decision-making process that involves more than one person. So if you're in Cuba, it's a very simple equation. It's all about Castro. If you're in North Korea, it's all about what Kim Jong-un thinks. But if you're in almost any other lawmaking body in the world that involves more than one person, you're going to have to compromise somewhere. So the question isn't whether to compromise, it's where to compromise and where not to compromise. In order for it to be a good compromise, you yourself as a lawmaker, as a policymaker, have to be willing to walk away from it if it gets bad. It's not always easy to get other people to agree on where it's bad. Reminds me of a conversation I once had with one of my favorite law professors, a guy named Fred Geddix. I used to ask him, where do you draw the line in the law? This arose originally in the context of talking about what was known as the reasonable person standard for purposes of determining negligence in negligence-based tort suits. And he said, yeah, that's easy. When the law requires line drawing, you draw the line at 7. And I said, well, where's 7? And he said, that's the trick. You have to figure out where 7 is. The founding fathers, while not in agreement at almost any moment during the Constitutional Convention, all had certain principles that they held dear, and they fought for them, and they protected them. And several of those emerged as themes within the Constitution. One of them was that the founders overwhelmingly believed that while we needed a national government, we also needed to limit that government so that it wouldn't swallow up the states and localities and thereby render local self-government irrelevant or a thing of the past, because it had worked well during pre-revolution colonial America. In any event, at the end of the day, they compromised, but they didn't compromise excessively. And most importantly, they hadn't decided in advance, yes, I'm going to agree. Doing it that way is like walking into a car dealership and saying, I'm going to buy this car. I don't care what you charge me. I'm going to buy this car. You can't do that. They didn't do that. We should all be grateful that they did.
Can you give an example of a time where you had to struggle with a difficult compromise as a legislator, and how did you work through that?
Yeah, it happens constantly. I'm trying to think of what the best example might be. Let's take one example. A few years ago, I was the author and lead sponsor of a bill called the USA Freedom Act that basically eliminated what was known as the bulk telephone metadata collection program. There was a time a few years ago when the federal government was collecting information on everyone's cell phone in America. If you had a phone number, they had access to that number. They had access to information regarding who called you, when you talked, how long you talked. From that, a reasonably enterprising computer engineer could discern all sorts of things about. In fact, a group of graduate researchers at Stanford University concluded that just based on that data, not the content of your telephone communications, which the government was collecting, but just the metadata, who called you, who you called, when you talked, and how long you talked. If they had the ability to assemble data like that for a year or more at a time, and then run it through a big database, there were algorithms by which they could determine your age, your sex, your marital status, your political affiliation, your religious affiliation, conditions associated with your health, marital status, whether or not you had children, all kinds of things that are none of the government's darn business. They were collecting all this without a warrant. Anyway, I worked on that with my colleague, Senator Pat Leahy, who's a liberal Democrat from Vermont, and he and I disagree on lots and lots of things. But he and I agreed on this issue of needing to protect the constitutional rights of the American people to be free from warrantless and unreasonable searches. So we had to figure out what aspects of the program we had to destroy and which aspects of the program we could allow to remain in effect. This took years and years of work and labor, and it required us to not gain access to everything we wanted. But at the end of the day, we eliminated the core of the program, which was this bulk telephone metadata program. And yeah, it involved a lot of compromises such that we didn't even get everyone in the Senate to vote for it who believed that we needed reform or who didn't like the use of the Patriot Act in this fashion. But we got enough to get it passed and to get it signed into law, and the country's better off as a result.
You know, speaking of dialogue, how fortunate it is that we can speak with Senator Lee about these and these ideas and the idea of good compromise and bad compromise and getting to that, but also we can speak to other staff members.
That's right, and we are fortunate to be joined by Tony Williams, one of our colleagues here at the Bill of Rights Institute.
Happy Constitution Day, gentlemen.
Happy Constitution Day, Tony.
Excellent.
And the Constitution is something that you've thought a lot about throughout your career, both as an educator and an author, and working here at the Bill of Rights Institute. And so we're excited to pick your brain a little bit because Mike Lee was talking about this idea of compromise and that it was built in sort of at the beginning in the fabric of of the Constitution itself. You're an expert on many topics, but one of which is George Washington and his thought, but also just what he was thinking when it came to the Constitution. And so Washington was the president or oversaw the Constitutional Convention, and so I think helped facilitate that compromise. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think so. His mere presence at the convention really lent legitimacy to the entire affair, and people understood that it would be a just and principled constitution, one that enhanced the rule of law in this country, because Washington's name was affixed to it.
Yeah, and so that the law is interesting because there was pressures at the time the Constitution was being passed about domestic rebellion, right? There had been frustrations both with states not wanting to work with one another, but also with people within those states not recognizing the authority of the central government.
Right, so you wanted to really strengthen the national government, but also make it a vehicle to promote the principles of the country: justice, equality, liberty for all, allowing individuals to pursue their own happiness.
Now, this concept of government and people, I think a common word, if I may, that we associate that with the idea of union. And what I'm wondering what that actually means to be united in this context.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question, because I think Washington understood it didn't just mean a national union or a nationhood. It implied certain things about the new nation, okay? Things like, it was a principled union. He's really talking about free government when he talks about union. He's talking about free government itself, republicanism, equality, all those principles from the Declaration of Independence are informing this new government. And so, he advises his fellow Americans to have a cordial and immovable attachment to it, right? To have a sacred tie to the Union. Why? It's not just the government writ large or the country, but it's that unity, those sacred ties as Americans together, united in the spirit of a common purpose, working together towards some larger goal.
And that wasn't inevitable either. I think it's important when we put on our hat and we're thinking like historians that the idea that a new constitution would be written after the Articles of Confederation, and that new constitution would be ratified was very much up in the air. And for Washington, who had already served the nation for a long time during the American Revolution, I think sometimes, I know at least I do, I forget how long the American Revolution went on. Years and years, over 10 years, is that right? Or not quite?
8 years.
8 years, 8 years. But the idea of him doing service for that long, but then coming back out of retirement and being a part of this conversation, this dialogue that was by no means a tranquil conversation was really something.
Well, and he was a unifier, and he understood that the nation needed him. He wanted to stay at Mount Vernon. He wanted to retire to his more peaceful existence, but his country called him, and like that great Roman statesman, like the Republican statesman that he was, he put his own interests aside and served the country because he knew the country needed him. There was nothing inevitable about the Constitution being ratified, but there was nothing inevitable about the country enduring and surviving. It would take work, and not only of the politicians, but of the people themselves. And Washington was a real unifier. One little story is that he went around the country several times, right? He visited different parts of the country, north and south. He went on these processions, if you will, to see his fellow citizens and to unite the different sections of the country, because he knew we were a very diverse country early on. Not only different sections of the country and their different characters, but different social classes. There were many different religions spread throughout the country. There were different races and ethnicities. There were a lot of differences among Americans, and so he wanted to be that unifying president, and to unify not only just around, as we said, the Union, but what that Union signified in terms of its principles and civic virtues.
I think that brings up a really interesting new level that we have not discussed yet. I think we started off talking about individuals, and we also talked about everyone together, and now you're bringing in this really interesting middle area of when people sort of associate together and find that they may have something in common with some, but not everyone. Almost, I don't know, is the word factions or groups or anything like that, I think is really significant.
Yeah, and I think that idea of factions was very present in the minds of the founders. I know that Madison wrote about it in the Federalist Papers, and even actually in talking about preservation of the Union, in Federalist 9, I think Alexander Hamilton wrote about the idea of the enlargement of the orbit of interests, right? And that enlargement would allow for these different factions and interests, which are inevitable, to be in dialogue with one another so that there wasn't one that dominated everyone, but they would be forced to come to some kind of an agreement if they wanted to do anything.
And yes, different groups, different interests, different factions, if you will, and yet united around an idea, right? And that's what unifies us as Americans and has unified us for well over 200 years, is the idea of free government, is the idea of liberty, is the idea of equality for all, and justice for all. And so these principles, I think, and this idea of America embodied in that apple of gold, what Lincoln called the apple of gold, the Declaration, I think should still unify us as Americans, even as we have partisan differences and other kinds of differences, and that's no less true in 2020, but it can unite us as Americans.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have you on a little bit later, Tony, to talk about Lincoln specifically, because for Lincoln, the Union was significant. Maybe the most significant thing that he was concerned about, particularly in the lead up to the Civil War. And so we'll want to explore that a little bit. But I think in the meantime, we're about to hear from Dr. Danielle Allen, who is of Harvard University, and she talks about George Washington's farewell address, but also about this idea of factionalism, which I think will be really interesting to get into.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's significant thinking about different groups and finding common ground, right? I think that's a key part of this, because factionalism, you know, the word faction, again, we're focused very much on words today, but sometimes has sort of a tone of like a purposeful, you know, adversarial approach. But there's also a way of looking at it in terms of ways that people have commonality among themselves for what they think is a proper way to go. But also then, as you were saying, Tony, ways to connect with other groups who may think slightly differently, and the need to find common ground there.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that's certainly something that Washington was mindful of when he was doing those processions. And also somebody else that we'll probably touch on a little bit later on, but Alexis de Tocqueville noticed that in looking at what he called civil associations in society, the way that we as individuals find one another in order to find that common ground to advance a cause that we're passionate in.
Mm-hmm. And it sounds like that drive is not something put upon you, right? It's not a forced sort of, having to think the same way, but rather choosing and finding. There may be others who you're choosing to come together for. So I think it's worth seeing a conversation about that.
All right, let's check it out.
One of the things that the importance of organization would imply is the means by which we can organize ourselves. What do we learn from President Washington's address about the idea of organization and maybe its counterpart, disorganization?
Well, so this is where the concepts of organization and unity really come together. So let's just go back to the issue of factionalism for a moment. In a democracy, the purpose is we're trying to make collective decisions with institutions that are of the people, by the people, for the people. The people has a concept of wholeness in it. We're trying to stay together as a society. Now, the problem with a democracy, of course, is that most decisions, or many decisions, are made on the basis of a majority vote. Majority rule is a key piece of this, which means somebody's always losing, okay? So we forget to think about that part of democracy. And at the end of the day, if people are always losing and there's never any hope of winning, they're not gonna wanna stay in the game. They're not gonna wanna keep playing. So the challenge with democracy is that in order for it to survive over time, in order for a people to survive over time, they have to want to stay together as a people, all right? And that really means you can't have a situation that's a sort of winner-take-all situation where there's nothing sort of left for the losers in a particular decision. And so that's really what it means to focus on unity, is that at the end of the day, you need to make sure that what you're delivering is really good for everybody in a meaningful sense, it gives people a motivation for staying in the game and continuing to want to be part of a whole people. And so that's where organizing and unity come together. As we organize our political efforts, as we organize our institutions and our society, we have to be oriented towards that picture of the good for everybody. Otherwise, we'll drive ourselves into fragmentation and breakup. It's just the necessary dynamic. So, you know, organizing towards unity has to be at the center of democratic purposes and practices. Very hard thing to do though, because it's abstract as I'm articulating it here. So we have to somehow connect our hearts to that concept of unity to address the challenge of having an abstract goal.
That's such an important point, I think, because really, and I know your dedication to this, not only study, but the application of these abstract principles is strong. When we think of advice that we might offer today, thoughts that we can exchange as part of this Constitution Day live programming, take that abstraction and bring it to a level where we're saying to high school students, choose unity. That's your admonition in this piece in The Atlantic. Would you have any advice as to how, in the everyday lived experience of high school students who are listening now, they can choose unity?
That's a great question. And I have a couple of exercises I like to give people as a part of the project of choosing unity. So one of them is about the concept of love of country. We all love our country. I mean, it's really an amazing thing. I was lucky to be part of a commission that worked for several years trying to understand Americans' current thinking about democracy and expectations for the future. And there's a whole lot of alienation and disaffection. But at the same time, there is that in a sense of people not sharing things with each other. Across the board, all different kinds of contexts, different walks of life, people express love of country. So one of the exercises I have for people is, at the moment when you're in a fight, you're fighting over a policy question, you're fighting over a definition of justice, just stop and say, I'm doing this because I love my country. Here's why I love my country. Here's what I love about my country. Here's what I wish was different about my country. And the action of doing that, of just shifting one's emotional orientation from fighting to loving, is actually quite powerful. And I think if you just do that, stop for a moment, say, I love my country. That's right, I do. Why? What do I love about it? Say that out loud, invite the others to say that out loud around you, and then go back to what you were arguing about. And I think that is actually a way to start getting the gears in motion, the habits of mind that are about choosing unity.
That's a beautiful exercise. You know, the moral psychologist Jonathan Haidt has noted that studies reveal that when you do that interpersonally and you say to the person, your interlocutor, maybe you're in a kind of heated debate, that's a point that I hadn't thought of before. Thank you for raising that. Immediately the kind of dander, I don't know how they exactly measure this, but they did, goes down, and people are saying to each other, okay, I'm more willing to be able to listen and hear. And it sounds like that's kind of the pathway that we have to open up in a way in this national conversation that we're having. Absolutely. I mean, to put it very simply, I'm saying bring acts of love into contexts of conflict. We just need to do that. We need to do that over and over and over again. And people often think, well, that doesn't sound like politics, like acts of love. You know, what are you talking about? But at the end of the day, politics is about, can we build a healthy society where people thrive, where people have safety and happiness? You have safety and happiness in an environment of love. It's very basic. And so in that regard, we have to bring acts of love into this world of division and disunity.
So much going on in that conversation. I'm glad that we have time today to unpack and to talk about all these things. But I can't believe we're wrapping up almost our first hour of conversation about United We Stand, our theme for Constitution Day. I wrote down and had some interesting ideas. One of the pieces I thought was really interesting is something mentioned about shifting orientation, right? That there's going to be disagreements, but there's a commonality thing, and the word that was thrown there was love. I thought that was significant.
Yeah, that's right. And it's a different type. It's a civic love, right? And I think this is something we'll come back to. Sort of this. It's a thoughtfulness. It's a caring. And fundamentally, I think it's that recognition of the inherent quality and dignity of another person, right? Mm-hmm. That you recognize in them that they are equally human to you, and that you want to listen and hear them and be in dialogue with them in order to.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's an immediacy to it. There's a, we are living together. This is not theoretical. In our conversation about the Constitution itself, I think it can be very easy to say, like, how do you write down these huge concepts that are going to affect lots of people? But, that conversation and ours today about the Constitution it is a lived experience day after day of interacting with others. And I think that was really significant, this idea of saying, there is at least a commonality, not only that we are in the same place and having these conversations, but that there is a love of what you said, a civic love of country.
That's right. And I think what that love does, I thought it was really powerful that Dr. Allen talks about it in terms of a choice, right? You have to choose. And when we think about love is the thing that allows us, or I think sometimes we think about that sentiment as being something that has us put aside our own self-interests in certain cases so that we can work towards that idea of compromise, which is something we talked about this hour. That idea of what it really takes to come together, to form that togetherness, I think sits at the heart of what she was talking about when it comes to love and the exercise that I thought she ran through, which I thought was really, really great.
Yeah, and it's great. And I think it speaks to, sort of not wrapping up, but starting to checking in on the conversations we've been having together, this interesting idea of individuality and difference, for lack of a better word. We are different people and everyone here, right. But also that coming together in not in the face of that, but in this idea of thinking both in terms of us and oneself at the same time, and seeing how do you communicate, how do you build things, how do you choose, right? That the human being, because I think that was an excellent point you were making, if I may say, this idea that, I recognize my own humanity and my own choices, but I also must recognize others as human, as equal, as also making choices.
That's right, and I think that's where it gets into the idea of trust that we talked about with Joel Peterson, and that we recognize that we don't shed our individual identities when we enter into the social contract, which for us is the Constitution, right? That is a contract that we hold with the government and with each other, in that we recognize the inherent value that we all have, and that we want to work towards that more perfect union, working towards that common good to secure the blessings of liberty to all people within the nation.
Yeah, and what greater illustration, it is an election year, it's 2020, right? This is coming up pretty soon, and what better illustration happens in terms of one's individual voice and how that voice can be heard, and may seem by sheer numbers that with all of these people's voices, you may feel drowned out, but it's actually really important. And I think a key part of that is the idea of voting.
That's right. Voting in a strange quirk of our Constitution is, I shouldn't call it strange, but the Electoral College. And so we have a video that we've put together that looks at the Electoral College and how that tried to balance interests across the country.
Every 4 years, on the night of the presidential election, much attention is paid to what's called the Electoral College. And with good reason, as it's a crucial part of selecting our nation's president. So, what exactly is this Electoral College? What is its function? How did it come to be? And what role does it play in our constitutional system? That's what we discuss today. This is the Electoral College.
In order to understand the Electoral College, we must first go back all the way to the American Revolution. Living under what they considered to be the tyrannical reign of George III, American colonists feared the spread of a strong centralized executive power. So after America declared its independence, the powers of state governors were weak, and the Articles of Confederation did not create an independent executive branch in the national government.
However, some Americans thought the executive should be strengthened as an independent branch. So, in 1787, the Constitutional Convention was held in an effort to balance powers between the branches of government. The challenges that resulted from having a weak executive under the Articles guided the framers' thinking, though they were at the same time concerned about creating an overly powerful executive.
Many influential debates took place at this convention. These included whether America would have a single or plural president, how long they would hold office, whether they'd be eligible for re-election, and how the election would be decided. Would the people vote? Would the legislative branch vote? Or something entirely different? This was major, as our young country was deciding how it would choose its executive. The convention ultimately decided that a single president would serve a 4-year term and be eligible for re-election.
There would not be a direct election, however. Instead, there'd be a college of electors selected by a popular vote within states. The electors voted for 2 individuals, not a party ticket of a president and vice president. As a rule, the electors could only give one of their votes to a person in their state. Keep in mind that there were no political parties and that the framers wanted nationally recognized candidates. The 12th Amendment was soon ratified and provided the procedure for party ticket voting. It was also decided that the number of electors in each state would equal their number of senators and representatives and would be decided through elections.
So why did the framers want an electoral college? There were in fact a number of reasons an electoral vote was chosen over a popular one. First, the framers sought to bring reason to the intense passions of the people, or what Alexander Hamilton called tumult and disorder in Federalist 68. The idea was that the Electoral College would be a deliberative body that could more calmly assess the candidates.
The framers also feared that a demagogue could potentially manipulate large numbers of people with emotional or corrupt appeals. In Federalist 68, Hamilton also called for an obstacle against cabal, intrigue, and corruption, as well as liberal arts of popularity. The Electoral College would limit this danger by placing a check between these appeals and the people.
The third and most important reason was the principle of federalism. James Madison wrote in Federalist 39, "The immediate election of the president is to be made by the states in their political characters." By saying this, Madison meant that the interests of states and their inhabitants would be represented by having their voice determine who became president.
Now, typically, the electors follow the popular vote of the people of the entire state. Some states have passed laws to compel electors to follow the popular vote of citizens within their state. However, these laws have been subject to recent lawsuits, and their constitutionality is still under dispute. Even then, electors almost always follow popular will.
If a candidate does not win a majority of the Electoral College, the Constitution stipulates that the election goes to the House of Representatives, where each state, not including the District of Columbia, gets 1 vote, with the majority as the victor. This is what happened when Thomas Jefferson was elected in 1800, and also when John Quincy Adams won the presidency in 1824. Overall, there have been 5 elections when the president won the Electoral College, but lost the popular vote.
Currently, there are 535 state electoral votes, plus 3 for Washington, D.C., for a total of 538. 48 states and the District of Columbia have a winner-take-all system, meaning that the winner of the state's popular vote gets all of the electoral votes. However, states can instead choose to have a system of proportional votes. Only Maine and Nebraska currently have this system.
Debates on the necessity and usefulness of the college continue to this day. Supporters claim it reflects the constitutional principles our nation was founded on. They also argue that it guarantees voters have a say across all geographical areas of the country, rather than just a few large cities. Detractors argue that the college is outdated and that too much weight is given to smaller states. They maintain that presidents should be elected by a simple majority of the popular vote.
The states can make significant changes to the Electoral College, such as how electors are chosen or whether a state wants to be winner-take-all or proportional. On the other hand, abolishing the Electoral College could only be done through constitutional amendment.
When assessing the Electoral College, it's important to keep in mind Thomas Jefferson's thoughts in his first inaugural address when he stated, "The will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, but that will, to be rightful, must be reasonable."
Majority rule is an essential constitutional principle of Republican government, but it must be just, reasonable, and protective of minority rights. The Electoral College was an attempt by the founders to reach a balance in this naturally occurring tension. How successful do you think that they were? Thanks so much for joining us, guys. This was the story of the Electoral College.
Please like, share, subscribe, and comment down.
Hello and welcome back. We're starting our second hour of celebration for Happy Constitution Day Live 2020. Kirk and I have been talking a bit and having some dialogues, and I really wanted to just focus on unpacking that really excellent video we just saw on the Electoral College. For those joining us, we are celebrating throughout the day some live stream and interviews about Constitution Day and taking a look at some really big thoughts that have happened. And at the top of this hour, one of the big ideas that I think came out of there and that we're talking about through the day is individual voices, individual choices, and coming together. And I think the Electoral College is a really important part of that because tying into what we've talked about before, you have one's individual voice, and there's a trust in electors, in those representing those in our states and those across our country to have a pretty seamless way of having elections. But it's not always seamless, and there are a lot of questions about that. But that's good, right? That's part of what the Constitution is having these questions.
That's right. Our theme for the day is United We Stand ? And I think it's important on Constitution Day to celebrate not only the document, but to celebrate the spirit of it, which invites inquiry and questions. And so going into the video, I called the Electoral College strange, which, I only mean by that it's strange in that it's not the way that you might think that we're electing a president. It's not a popular election, but the reasons the founders put that in place were very deliberate. We saw a quote from Alexander Hamilton talking about trying to find that reason from passion, right? So this idea that we're filtering opinion to try to get to a place where we're calm and we're steady. That was the idea. Mm-hmm. And you saw that it's also this idea of federalism, right? This idea that we're trying to capture the different interests of a diverse nation, diverse places across the country, and that can be a challenge. And the Electoral College is one way of trying to solve what the framers saw as that challenge.
Yeah. Federalism, I think, is an important concept to tie into what we're talking about. And of course, by federalism, we're talking about that balance, of the attempted balance of individuals and states and a nation and federal government. But I don't know that quirk or strange is so weird, because it implies seeking to maybe not solve forever and ever a problem, but at least to address the concerns that people have.
Right, yeah, federalism being that division of powers, but within our communities, there's a division of interests and ideas. Earlier we referred to those as factions, mm-hmm. And I think that factionalism is something that just exists amongst us because of our different backgrounds and different interests or different passions. And that's something that Dr. Danielle Allen, who's a professor at Harvard University and a political theorist, is going to talk a little bit about with our president, Dr. David Bobb. So let's take a look at this clip.
Dr. Allen, we today are taking up a theme, United We Stand ? One of the threads that runs through your work, which is voluminous and has covered everything from Socrates to the Declaration of Independence to things that are happening today, and we'll cover some of that in our conversation, is the question of unity, its importance, its vitality. I would like to ask you, based on a piece that you wrote, what now seems like an eon ago, but in December of 2019 for The Atlantic. In it, you wrote this, quote, "The Republic seems to be unraveling. A culture of anxiety and depression has spread far and wide as people face health crises without access to affordable care," end quote. You go on to note the problem of the opioid epidemic. Mass shootings, prisons are full. Here again, let me quote from your piece. "The gulf between needs and capacities is glaring." In this piece, you note that the root of our problem is factionalism. I wonder if you could please explain why that is and why factionalism is really so problematic.
Thanks, David. It's a great question and a hard one, because at the end of the day, our instincts aren't yet really honed in on just how factionalism is harming us. The thing to focus on is what factionalism is fundamentally about. It is, at the end of the day, about my side's winning, my side's beating the other side. It makes that the overarching goal. If, however, our overarching goal is the safety and happiness of the people, that's the vocabulary of the Declaration of Independence, then that's a different goal by definition. And if you're pursuing victory for my side, you will misdirect in various ways from that overarching goal of safety and happiness for the whole people. So that's really the challenge. And at the end of the day, to deliver well-being for everybody requires effective governance. Effective governance is what gets sort of mucked up, paralyzed, stymied, when what you really have is just two sides fighting for victory over one another.
One of the things that you associate with effective governance in that piece, and again, one of the threads that runs throughout your work, is the word organizing. Could you tell us a little bit about why organizing is such an important idea?
I'm very happy to talk about organizing. Let me start by putting two different senses of the word on the table. There's a word that we're familiar with ever since Barack Obama ran for president. We talked about community organizers, people who work hard to inspire the disempowered to organize for power, to help make decisions in their own communities. That's one definition of organizing. There's another which is very prosaic, which is what you do when you organize your house. You organize, you put things in the right places, you get things tidy and in order. It's also what we do at work all the time. Every workplace is a structure for organizing human activity, for building up coordination and cooperation towards shared ends. Although those two meanings seem quite different, they're actually at their core the same. They're both about how people collaborate, cooperate, and coordinate around a common purpose in order to deliver some kind of shared good or benefit. Now, that concept is exactly also what our political institutions do for us. The reason we have political institutions is to organize ourselves as a society. Again, using the Declaration of Independence in its language, it talks about the need to organize the powers of government. And that's what that sense of organizing means in the Declaration, that we want to set up institutions, distribute powers, activate office holders, connect office holders to the public in ways that permit discovering our shared problems, exploring possible solutions, debating objectives, overarching purposes, settling on a common purpose, and then executing on that. That process is what organizing means fundamentally. It's what we need to be good at to have a healthy democratic society.
So on this Constitution Day, dialogues like this bring up a lot of really core important ideas. And among them is the way just things are. And the word factionalism comes up, right? And we've talked about in our dialogues today that the idea that there are commonalities among groups of people. And prior to that, we looked at the Electoral College. And in an election year, it's easy to take a look at some of the repercussions of having these kind of different groups together and so forth. But there's something that really struck me in the conversation that they were just having, which is about organizing, right? There's a thoughtfulness that comes to addressing these things that I think is really, really important. And I think talking about organizing and that thoughtfulness is really key to this.
Yeah, and I think at the heart of that, again, is what Dr. Allen talked about in a previous segment about that civic love. So that's that willingness and desire to be committed to the recognition of the value in other people. But a part of that is, and we noted this, but today's Constitution Day, so September 17th, 1787 was a Monday, if you're interested. And it was the day that the Constitutional Convention sent out its final draft of the Constitution for ratification amongst the states.
Right.
So ratification was the process by which the Constitution was approved and made the supreme law of the land over all of the states. 9 of the 13 states had to ratify the Constitution for it to come into effect, replacing the Articles of Confederation. And during that sort of the ratification debates that raged across the country, there were 2 primary groups that were having discussions. The Federalists called themselves Federalists in a nice political maneuver to make them sound like they're the ones that were promoting a federal government. On the other side were groups of individuals who were opposed to the Constitution, who were often called anti-Federalist. But I bring that up because there's one I think Federalist essay that always stands out for me, and I think is very apropos to what we're talking about today on Constitution Day. And that's the very first Federalist paper, written by Alexander Hamilton. And it says, in part, "You are called upon to deliberate on a new Constitution for the United States of America. The subject speaks of its own importance, comprehending in its consequences nothing less than the exercise of the Union in the safety and welfare of the parts of which it is composed. So it's this powerful statement that over the course of 85 more essays that were all published, this was in a newspaper in New York. They weren't the only essays that were written in favor of the Constitution, but they're the most famous. They were calling us to deliberate and think about the Constitution and the ramifications of its design and what it would mean for us within civil society. And I think that's what we're doing now, is participating in that thoughtful action and continuing the legacy of what Alexander Hamilton called us to do in that very first Federalist paper.
I think that is so significant that you talk about this idea of a law of the land not just coming down, but that approval is being sought. And that Hamilton and those writing for and even against are having this very public dialogue, saying we need, for lack of a better term, buy-in from you, right? There's this need to choose to unite that we are asking for. We are laying out reasons why you should do this and asking for your choice to do so in return. I think that's significant. I mean, very easily it could have been, well, this is the way it is, but it was not that at all. It's asking people to embrace their choice in doing so.
Yeah, it's also significant that not only is that a thoughtful process that we're choosing, that we're soliciting, not even soliciting, that the people of the nation were the ones that were going to decide on this question of the Constitution. But there's also in that, there is a sense that if you were opposed to the Constitution, it would still be ruling over you, but you would still be a part of that. There wasn't, if you opposed it, there wasn't going to be some kind of negative action taken upon you. It wasn't as though you were being exiled from society. In fact, many of those who opposed the Constitution then became elected officials within that constitutional government. And that alone, I think, is an extraordinarily powerful thing, because it says, even if you were to be on the wrong side of the debate insofar as who, quote unquote, won and lost, right? The Constitution was ratified. You were still a part of that nation, and the recognition of your value within that nation wasn't changed, even though you weren't a part necessarily of that or wanting that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. That your voice is contributing to a system that can be continually revisited. I think that's really crucial. And speaking of visiting systems that we've sort of established and this idea of these dialogues, I think it's time to check in with our other staff members from BRI, Chris and his team.
That's right. Chris and several members of the BRI staff are touring around Washington, D.C., checking out different locations and places, particularly gathering places.
Right.
And Chris, it looks like you all have moved from the Supreme Court and you are now standing in front of the Capitol building. Is that right?
Yes, we are, Kirk. And I'm glad to have Kathleen is also joining us. Nadley is manning the camera, womaning the camera. And we are indeed in front of the United States Capitol. For those of you who've never been to DC, it's a very short walk. They're literally right across the street from each other. And on the opposite side, we're looking down the mall. We can see the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. It really is a beautiful city. I'm originally from Kentucky. I've lived here for over 30 years, and it still moves me when I come to some of these spaces. So we're in another public gathering place, right? Obviously, the second branch, the U.S. Congress, works in the building behind us here. Kathleen, would you like to introduce yourself and share your reflections on?
Absolutely. My name is Kathleen. I'm actually from the Washington, D.C. area. And this area for me, it's a lot like home, because my grandfather and my great-grandmother, they grew up just a few blocks away in Shops Alley, which was demolished in like the 50s or 60s to build a House office building, or actually the Senate office building. So for me, this area is home.
Yeah, we're having a little trouble hearing you, Kathleen, but you are a DC native. You're from the DC area. And so this is very much your front yard, which I think is really powerful. Right? It is. And not only that, but I want to note too that you're standing on the west side of the Capitol building. So if I put on my historian hat just for a quick second, the east front used to be where they do inaugurations up until I think the presidency of Ronald Reagan. They've now moved it to the west side, and you guys are standing right where the inauguration would be taking place. Is that right, Chris?
That is absolutely right. Behind us is where the the president takes the oath of office, which is in the U.S. Constitution. And when we think about that moment, it's another reason why we gather in this space, right? Is to ceremonial reasons. Those moments when both parties and all three branches of government are represented in this space, along with citizens across the mall, to witness that. You know, I was thinking about what you were saying earlier, Gary, about trust. And when we think about what goes on in this building and the need for trust among lawmakers from both parties in order to get things done, to move things forward, and the need for them to trust in the system of government that we have, that we celebrate today. And, you know, we're at a very difficult crossroads with a lot of challenges. And I just wonder, for those of us watching, if you think that it's possible for us to move past the moment of deadlock that we're kind of in right now, and go back to that sense of trust, both in the system and in one another. So
yeah,
just a thought for you to discuss. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's really powerful, you know, on a number of levels, because I think that trust fundamentally is an act of optimism, right? It's an act of us being hopeful. And what is a symbol of that is that we take a public oath. The reason that the inauguration happens is because the president stands before the entire nation in public, not behind closed doors. It makes an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. So not even the country itself, but the fundamental law of the country, in a public way. He's declaring his statement to defend that thing. I think is truly a sign of optimism and hopefulness that we can get through this deadlock, so long as we continue to have faith and believe in one another and have that civic love for one another.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that civic love is not entirely theoretical, but a lived experience. I mean, it's great that you're there. I think the mall, for so many people, is a lived experience. And so I think it's time. I want to thank you for that, and time to take a look at another important person who can talk about lived experience, which is Evelyn Marquez, who's an entrepreneur and an activist. And she's going to be speaking with Stan Swim.
Could you start by just describing your experience growing up before you and your family came to the U.S.? Where did you get your start? And eventually, what made your parents want to come here?
Okay, yeah, I was born in Mexico, to be exact, Gómez Farías, Chihuahua, Mexico. I lived there until I was 7 years old. I don't remember a lot. I do have some memories. I remember we lived in a very small house. I remember my parents struggling a lot growing up. It was only my brother and I. Back then, it was in the 90s, that I remember my dad being absent a lot. He would try to look for other opportunities somewhere else, to find jobs, so he can provide for the family. Where we lived, there wasn't a lot of opportunity. There wasn't a lot of jobs. There wasn't a lot for us. There isn't a lot that there is to offer for people. So my dad, he did everything he could to make sure that he could provide for his family. I do remember a few instances where my parents were having a meal with us, and there was times that they would give their plates to us because there wasn't enough for all of us to eat. And, you know, we had a cow, and that's how we would get our milk, and we were just very, very humble, very poor. And my dad, seeing that there was opportunity in the United States, he would travel to the United States and work to provide for his family, and he would go back to Mexico. And then one day he just decided that we all needed to be together, and that there was a lot more that he could offer to us living in the United States. So we came to the United States. My dad had a stable job. We came with a dream. I remember being so excited because I was finally going to, they would talk about opportunity, that I was 7 years old and I could understand that I'd be able to go to a better school. I would have a better house. I would have food for my entire family. And my dad had a stable job. He was able to provide that for us. And I remember going to a new school. Didn't speak English, so it was a little tough for me to adapt, make new friends. But I learned it in less than a year. I was speaking English, and I just felt so great because I could finally say I had education. I could go to school, and nothing could stop me. Even though I was so young, I was able to understand that.
What kinds of opportunities then have you taken advantage of as you've gotten older? How are you and your family taking care of things today?
Okay, so I graduated high school. Unfortunately, I did not finish college, but I've been able to open up a business with my husband. We currently have a small business, and we're able to provide jobs opportunities for other people as well. And that is something that America was able to offer to us. I've been able to have a job, and even though my education wasn't long enough, I was still able to obtain good job opportunities based on my experience. So I've had the honor to work with homeless veterans, with kids with developmental disabilities, and it's just been amazing to have the opportunity to work with other people and help other people.
Hearing Evelyn's story reminds me of, again, of sort of the individuality that we all have, right? We all have individuality as far as our backgrounds, but also in our experiences. And that is, I think, inherently the challenge in working together, coming together in society, is that we are all different. We all have different perspectives. We all have different backgrounds. Our lives unfold differently. And yet our objective as a political body is to come together and to do good for all. And that can be a real challenge.
It can. And that concept of society itself, I think, is worth pausing and thinking about, right? If we're talking about society as everyone here, as a Constitution Day, I think, again, one of the beauties of taking a look at the Constitution is that you can look at it in different ways and the different aspects of society. And there's lots of different aspects of society, right? Not only as an individual, but you're part of associations, you're part of different groups. When I taught in the classroom, we shorthand for taking a look at all of these different aspects, we refer to as ESP, right? There's the economic, the social, and the political. And they all overlap. It's not like they're all completely separated from each other. They're all connected to each other, but it's different lenses, different ways of looking at how we tie into these different things, right? I, as an individual, have different aspects in my own life. I work somewhere. I have a family somewhere. I have interests and friends in some way. And so, speaking of that conversation and the Constitution itself, within that, it's not going to lay out all the different aspects, but it does lay out the branches of government, right? At least that even within the political realm, there are different divisions in the Constitution.
Yeah, I think it's useful to think about the Constitution in our lives in those ways because it gives different lenses into how the government's operating, but also how we are operating within society, and shows us that society isn't just limited to government action. We most of our lives are lived not taking government action, unless maybe you're a government servant or employee of some kind. But a lot of us go about our daily lives having jobs and doing things. We're still affecting society. We're still affecting other people, but it's not necessarily our political selves that are doing that. And thinking about looking at the Constitution, we've thought about looking at the Constitution as an individual, looking at the Constitution as a group, but also looking at the Constitution through these different lenses, I think is really interesting. So thinking about it from an economic perspective, what does it mean to look at the Constitution from an economic perspective? What does it mean to look at the Constitution from sort of a societal, sort of charitable perspective? What does it then mean to look at it from just a governing perspective? How is it that laws are being made? Chris was talking about those different branches of government. Of course, in the Constitution, we have 3 primary articles, the first being discussing the legislature and the powers of our bicameral, meaning 2-housed legislature, with the House of Representatives and the Senate, both having different functions. Our second branch being the executive branch, a single executive that we talked about, elected through the Electoral College process. They execute the laws. And then finally, the judicial branch, looking at ruling over the law, interpreting the law, helping us understand what it means. And I think that's really powerful. And so to start out looking at those different levels, I think it's worth us pausing and thinking more deeply about that government branch itself. So our political selves. Earlier, I had mentioned the Mayflower Compact, which called for the Puritans who came over to form a body politic, right? And the government is that for us, and the Constitution defines what that political body looks like at the national level.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. That design is key, because it is tough to balance these differences that are on purpose, right? This idea that there is division on purpose, and that word division, I guess, always has a sort of, I don't know, negative tone, but has a sort of something that needs to be overcome. But in the case of the Constitution, this division, this separation of powers, this design, as you're describing it, is what's leading to success. I know that sounds strange. If you'll bear with me, we've talked about an analogy of, say, music or poetry, where having a structure, right, where there is division, where this is a noise and this is a quiet moment. Clearly, I don't play music, by the way, but there are notes and there are silences, and that division is what makes the melody and allows for the creativity. And I think that's the case in the Constitution when it comes to purposeful separation of powers.
Yeah, it's that idea, that separation of powers, I think, is really key, because we're searching for unity through disunity, right? Mm-hmm. So that's sort of odd, right? So we divide up powers both amongst the different branches, but we divide up powers even within those branches in different ways, and they all work to check and balance each other. The Baron de Montesquieu, who is a founder, or is a philosopher that the founders thought about a lot, and he thought about what it meant for these different powers to balance one another within government in order to create both stability, but also to create an area, to create the ability for no one view to be dominant and dominate over everything, right? Mm-hmm. Because that's the concern, is that consolidation of power, and that's the word that the authors of the Constitution thought a lot about. The Federalists use that word a lot, consolidation. The Anti-Federalists did too. But to avoid that consolidation, they built into the Constitution different mechanisms for balancing that out. And one of the most famous summing up of these mechanisms is found in Federalist 51, which is the 51st essay of that collection that was published in New York. And it says that ambition must be made to counteract ambition, which is interesting, because ambition means that there's some sort of reason that I am wanting to pursue an end, right? I have ambition to do something, right? But so do others, in allowing for those ambitions not to be tempered or put away or hidden or somehow suffocated, but instead to allow them to move forward, but to somehow balance each other out, I think is at the heart of that unity through disunity.
Absolutely. I think it's in the vein of this discussion of the Constitution that when these drives, which seem somewhat natural to happen, occur, that the way to address them is to invite to dialogue, right? To invite other drives and, as you said, ambitions, right? To set up systems where that is possible. And we do that. I think throughout the day we're going to take a look more deeply into many of the different aspects of the Constitution and of civil society. I think we'll talk about economic perspective, the social perspective, but I think it's also significant maybe to start right now that we'll talk about sort of that political perspective, right? That inviting the dialogue that happens. And I think we have coming up a conversation about that.
Yeah, and we're fortunate to be joined by United States Senator Mike Lee from Utah. And I think his perspective is particularly interesting because this is his day-to-day job. Right. Senator Lee is a sitting U.S. Senator, and this is something that he thinks about a lot because he is one view of 100 senators, right? And so how is it that you maneuver, and what does it mean to find compromise in that? That setting? What does it mean to actually work to legislate? What is the role of the legislature? I think all of those are really interesting things to ask, particularly someone who is performing those duties now.
Yeah, exactly. That's the lived experience that we were talking about earlier, right? That, these aspects all interact, but for someone like Senator Lee, it is a daily experience. And so I think it's time to, what do you say we take a look at that conversation?
Let's have a listen.
We're especially pleased because today is Constitution Day, and it's a day to reflect on a document that I know means a great deal to you personally. You've spent so much of your life talking about it, thinking about it. And we chose as a theme for our broadcast today, United We Stand, with a question mark at the end. When I read the Constitution, one of the very first things I see isn't unity, actually, it's division of power, division again of power, and subdivision of power. How does a document that's all about division help unify a people?
Well, in a lot of ways, it's right there in the Declaration of Independence. I've often said that if the Constitution is the framework, the frame around the picture, the Declaration is the picture itself. The fact that in the Declaration of Independence, we acknowledge that all men are created equal and that we're all endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, chief among them. And that to secure these rights, we need a government of limited power that is accountable to the people at routine intervals. So it's these ideas, the idea of having equal rights before a just, impartial, accountable system of laws, and the rejection of the idea of tyrannical government. Understanding that any limitless, unaccountable government is itself, by definition, inevitably tyrannical. These are ideas that have united our country for going on 250 years, and they can unite us for another 250 if we'll just follow these principles.
In your recent book, you claimed that the framers put the legislature at the heart, those are your words, at the heart of the design of the Constitution. What do you mean by that, and why did the framers do it?
Well, the most dangerous branch within the federal government was always going to be the legislative branch. They did it that way quite deliberately because the legislative branch decides what should be under the law, what's going to be. It lays down prescriptive and proscriptive rules. The executive branch just gets to execute and enforce those laws, and the judicial branch just gets to determine them. So as between the three, the branches are not equal, they're co-equal in that they're coordinate branches. That doesn't mean that they're all equally dangerous. The most dangerous branch always was going to be the legislative branch, and that's why they put the legislative power only in this branch that would be most accountable as between the three at the most regular intervals.
You say it's a dangerous branch. Dangerous to what?
Liberty. Every time government acts, it does so at the expense of individual liberty. Government can't act without eroding individual liberty. That's not to say that government action is always bad, or that we would prefer a system of anarchy in which there are no laws. That's not true either. It's just that we have to carefully balance what belongs to the people versus what belongs to the government. When government expands, it does so at the expense of liberty. But that's why it's dangerous. It's always dangerous because government is nothing more and nothing less than the official collective use of coercive force. We can dress it up all day long if we want to. We can wrap it in a flag and we can pretend that government has only our best interests at heart, but ultimately it is the use of force that really defines what government is. And so just like fire or oxygen or water or any of a number of other things that are necessary in order to support and sustain life, those same things, if left uncontrolled, can also be destructive and dangerous.
There's definitely a lot to unpack there, and we were talking about the lived experience of the legislative body and the legislative process, and I think that's a really important thing we want to focus on, and we're fortunate enough to have a guest to talk about this.
That's right, yeah. We are joined by Mary Patterson. Hello, Mary.
Hi,
Hello.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
You may know Mary as the voice of BRI from our podcast and webinar series, and we're happy to have her today.
Yes, I'm happy to be here. Happy Constitution Day, everybody.
Hey.
That's right. It is Constitution Day, and so Mike Lee was talking about one aspect of the Constitution, which is the legislative branch. And I think that thinking about the legislative branch is really powerful because it's where a lot of this united, we stand elements, the unification actually happens, right? It's in that sort of the hurly-burly of the political discourse and everything else that happens in the legislature that actually produces the laws that we have.
Absolutely. And it's really a branch that's close to the people, right? If we're talking about large groups of people who are coming together for a drive that they want to go to, it's often their representatives that are in their districts and are representing them directly. And I think that's a really important part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. And representation, I think, takes on a more significant tone this year as we think about it being the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment. And I'm just going to read it because it's a very short piece of legislation, but I'm going to read it really quickly. And it says, "The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation." And so by that, women had the right to vote. And that was a significant moment in 1920, happened 100 years ago today.
Mm-hmm. I think that the shortness of the amendment sort of belies how much work it took to get it passed. And you talk about unity and disunity and movements splitting and coming together again. And that is the story of the 19th Amendment. I mean, it's really, if you think about a group project, which we are all very familiar with, it's almost like our government in getting this particular amendment passed was a group project. It was messy and you had, competing personalities and competing tactics, but in the end, it worked out, and it took a long time. This was the passage of this amendment in 1920 is the culmination of years of very determined work. So we think about this amendment passed, and it's definitely a celebration. But ladies, we stand on the shoulders of these giants that worked so hard for many years to get that written into the Constitution.
Yeah, I think that's important to note that it is a process, and the way that we talk about it here at BRI is that it is a very lengthy, not only in time, but it takes a lot. There's like a pathway, right, that goes that involves many people, right, and lots of different people. You mentioned standing on shoulders. I think that's incredible because it's right. We try to understand through narratives of individuals, but it was a collection of lots of people who were contributing their voices, their actions to this very lengthy process. And I think sometimes that was surprising who was involved and who wasn't.
Right, and I think this pathway for change is something you can see in our Votes for Women curriculum. You should definitely check it out. But it's lots of voices coming together for this end goal of having a vote, having a voice in we the people.
That's right, and that vote is really powerful and was the drive of that movement. And within that, you see this choice to continue to work towards that unifying action, right? That it's disparate people from lots of different backgrounds. Mary, you mentioned different tactics that had taken place, but it's all these individuals working towards this common goal. And I think it's when Americans unify in that way, you see something really spectacular happen in the nation.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I think we'll see in our homework help video the different approaches and how different leaders had different ideas on how best to achieve getting women the right to vote. But right, like again, back to that group project, you have different ideas, you have different styles, but the goal is the same. We want to be a part of this union, this consent of the governed. It includes women. We are half the population. I think we're more than half the population technically. So we need to vote, we need a voice. And they get there, but it takes a lot of hard work.
Yeah, and you refer to it in the curriculum as a story, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's insignificant that it's a story, because I think that it's not exactly like there's one particular end moment, right? It's a very long process. There are kind of rises and falls and really an amazing just tales of the way things go over the course of this. And it's not linear, is it?
No, definitely not. So I think when we think of liberty and equality, we want immediate action and we want it to go very linearly, but that's not this story. I think that's not a lot of stories in US history. There's lots of sort of side branches and different figures involved. So there's this sense of unity towards the goal, but there's also disunity along the way of how best to reach that goal. And I think that's one of the great things that the women's suffrage movement illustrates, just to look at it back in the past and how it informs how we work for reforms and changes today.
Yeah. Yeah, and that the accomplishment of it wasn't inevitable either for the women and men who were a part of that movement. there was never a moment where they knew how it was going to end, but they wanted to commit to that struggle in order to more fully recognize that fundamental equality that we talked about, that recognition of the fundamental dignity of every human being, and a part of that being that ability to have a vote, have a voice in our government, and to be able to work towards that end.
Yeah, and I think it's significant to say, is 1920 an end to the story in any way?
I would
Spoiler,
say no.
Probably not.
I would say no, but it's still worth. It was a momentous achievement, so it's worth celebrating, especially on Constitution Day, to think about all the work that went into getting this legislation, this amendment passed, and but also looking to the future and thinking about what's next. How do we continue this work?
And I think that amendment process is interesting, particularly because we were just talking about the legislature and the fact that the legislature issued out to the states the amendment that every state then considered and passed for that ratification of the amendment to occur. But just the idea that we can amend the Constitution, I think, is interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's like a deliberation that happens. I mean, that process, I think, is worth kind of looking into.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a living document in a way, and the amendment process falls so much to the legislative branch. So it's Congress has to propose it, and the state legislatures have to ratify it. So it's definitely it's part of that conversation and that process. So it takes time, but time can be a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think there's different ways even within that to accomplish those ends. So you had mentioned there was different tactics that were taking place. I think two of the tactics, one was pushing for that national federal amendment. The other was working at the state level to try to get state legislatures to also pass laws that would allow for voting. And I know Wyoming, I believe, is one of the first states. In Utah, a lot of western states, for really interesting reasons, actually. You should look into the history if you're interested in why it was that the western states were giving women the right to vote. It's really, really interesting story. But it's that idea that again, that federalism, that idea that we're all, even through that disunity, we're working towards that end, but doing it in different ways that are allowing for the advancement of these ideas to take place and to take shape. And it fosters that dialogue and that debate, which comes naturally just from our own innate differences, but then culminates in the passage of these transformational laws.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, I'm staggered because of the size of it. And I think, and it ties in, I think, amazingly well to our theme of the day. Because in addition to this legislative process, this particular lens we're talking about right now, is the requirement of the coming together, right? Of it being a movement. And I think what's important, particularly, again, in the curriculum that we deal with here in Votes for Women, is that connection of how a movement becomes an amendment, right? How many different people and over centuries really are coming together into that sort of endpoint, and so you could point to a day and celebrate that day. And I think that process is important. I'm wondering about the elements along the way of how that happened, how it transitioned from people coming together to something written down in such a elegant way.
Well, I think that's part of the fun of looking into movements like this, is that you have people sort of unifying in a cause, but it's going to take time, and that's that deliberation piece of our government. So we think, especially now, we want change to happen immediately, but taking the time to gather like-minded people, to talk with others, convince your legislators that this is what needs to happen. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of approaches. It takes a lot of voices. It takes, in the case of women's suffrage, it takes generations. So a lot of the suffragettes knew they were working towards something that they wouldn't see, right? So if we're talking about the beginnings of this movement in the 19th century, and it takes to 1920, they're not around to see it, but the cause is bigger. So the goal is there that they're working towards.
That's right, and we have a video that we can check out that dives a little bit more into that history that Mary's talking about. So let's check it out.
Welcome back. When we last left off in part 1, the women's suffrage movement was split over whether to support the 15th Amendment, which gave African American men the right to vote. And while this progress was celebrated by many women within the suffrage movement, others felt slighted because of their lack of inclusion.
A rift in ideologies arose, and the suffrage movement experienced major setbacks. How would women overcome this and finally achieve their goal of the right to vote? This is part 2 of the women's suffrage movement.
In 1869, Lucy Stone and Henry Blackwell formed the American Woman Suffrage Association, focusing on a strategy of winning women's suffrage on a state-by-state basis. Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, on the other hand, formed a group of their own called the National Woman Suffrage Association, focusing on a strategy of winning a constitutional amendment for women's suffrage.
As these groups were forming, women continued to take on more expanded roles in society in the latter half of the 19th century. Some were able to take advantage of increasing educational opportunities at colleges such as Vassar and Wellesley. Others worked outside the home as clerks and secretaries in offices, as well as in department stores and even factories.
Women also continued to develop social reform movements. The Women's Christian Temperance Union sought to ban alcohol to protect families from domestic abuse or lost wages. Florence Kelley fought for the protection of worker and consumer rights, and Jane Addams, along with others, created Hull House to relieve the suffering of poor immigrants in crowded cities. More settlement houses would follow.
Meanwhile, the divide in the movement frustrated the goals American women had come so far to achieve. However, a breakthrough was made in 1890 when the NWSA and the AWSA merged to form the National American Woman Suffrage Association, or NAWSA.
The organization lobbied both state and national governments to grant women suffrage. They'd achieve early success, particularly in the West, where women won suffrage in the late 19th century. The movement continued to gain momentum until the early 20th century.
By 1900, 3 million American women were working outside the home and gaining an independent voice. Thousands joined labor unions, primarily the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. A new catalyst for the movement emerged when tragedy struck. In 1911, the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire killed 146 people and convinced many that women needed a larger voice in politics and reform.
And their voices indeed continued to grow louder as more impressive strides were made. By 1915, the Women's Christian Temperance Union won prohibition in 38 states. And Frances Perkins worked extensively for the protection of workers' rights, later even becoming the first female cabinet member.
However, many male politicians were unconvinced that women should attain suffrage. Senator J.B. Sanford expressed a common view of many in Congress that, quote, "The mothers of this country can shape the destinies of the nation by keeping their place in the home." In 1911, a national association opposed to women's suffrage was started to stop a constitutional amendment that would give women the right to vote.
Despite this, NAWSA won the support of Theodore Roosevelt's Progressive, or Bull Moose Party, in the 1912 presidential election. Unfortunately for them, he would lose to Woodrow Wilson. But while Wilson opposed women's suffrage, he could only provide the important moral persuasion of the office, as he had no official role as president in constitutional amendments.
It was during this time that a new leader in the movement came to prominence. Alice Paul, a University of Penn-educated woman from New Jersey, would emerge as a leader within NAWSA and turn up the pressure on the Wilson administration. Inspired by the confrontational tactics she learned from British suffragists while studying in England, Paul pushed hard for suffrage by what were considered radical means.
Paul persuaded NAWSA to let her organize a pro-suffrage parade held the day before Wilson's presidential inauguration. On March 3, 1913, 8,000 marchers holding signs for women's suffrage paraded on foot, floats, and even horses. Hostile crowds taunted and assaulted the marchers and injured more than 100.
Paul and NAWSA developed disagreements over tactics. Paul also believed that suffragists should hold all Democrats responsible for failing to pass a women's suffrage amendment, as they were the party in power. However, NAWSA supported any politician who favored women's suffrage, regardless of their party. Paul then split with NAWSA and formed the National Women's Party.
Her harsh criticisms of World War I and the group's intense protests in front of the White House led to the arrest of Paul and her companions. After being sentenced to prison, Paul and many of her allies went on hunger strikes. When prison officials horrifically force-fed them, public sympathy for the women increased. Maintaining her sense of pride, Paul would declare that there will never be a new world order until women are a part of it.
Meanwhile, Carrie Chapman Catt, leader of NAWSA, continued its state and national strategies. When World War I began, CAT urged members to contribute by working on the home front and proving their patriotism.
These efforts finally bore fruit when both houses of Congress passed a women's suffrage amendment in June 1919. The 19th Amendment was ratified on August 18, 1920. The United States Constitution finally gave American women the right to vote.
Let it be noted, however, that not all American women would enjoy this right. Black women were still unable to vote in many southern states until the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
One of the most persevering struggles in American history, the women's suffrage movement lasted 70 years across local, state, and national levels.
And even though the movement would split over the best way to achieve full civic, economic, and social equality for women, the 19th Amendment meant that women had the right to vote and give their voice to a popular government based upon the consent of the governed.
Inspired by these accomplishments, we can all do our part to advance greater civic equality. Thanks for joining us. This was the story of the women's suffrage movement.
Welcome back. That's an extremely helpful homework help video. And happy Constitution Day, everyone. We're coming up on our third hour, just ending our second hour of programming. And again, we're celebrating the Constitution on Constitution Day, and part of that is our live stream, having many discussions and dialogues, big ideas that have been floating around. Just to recap, I think it's a good time for that. Our theme is United We Stand, ? And throughout the first couple of hours, we've drilled down in some interesting and important parts of it, which is when we say United We Stand and we the people, and taking a look at the structure of the Constitution itself, we run into different ways of looking at the Constitution, from the individual and its effect on individuals and how individuals have effects on each other and associate with each other, as well as larger groups, those with which you share something in common. If it's a common drive you're trying to get to somewhere together. But then there's the wholeness aspect, right? There's the everyone, that the Constitution does apply to across the country, right, to everyone. And so these big ideas are guiding a lot of the ways we're taking a look at the Constitution itself.
That's right, and that wholeness isn't oneness. Dr. Allen, professor at Harvard University, who we spoke with, defines those things differently, that it's not uniformity, but it is us coming together collectively. Mm-hmm. We talked about, sort of good compromises and bad compromises, what that looks like when we're working towards being inclusive and thinking about all of those things are being affected, and when you're making compromises that are more challenging and maybe not going in the right direction, so that it's not that compromise is innately good, but it is something that you want to work towards in thinking about others. And we've talked about what it is that's driving all of that, which is that our love, civic friendship, and thinking about how we value other people and that we want others to continue to be a part of that conversation, to be a part of this society, and that we want to recognize their ability to share their ideas while we're sharing our own ideas.
Absolutely. And I mean, this sounds very complex. That's a lot to cover that we're talking about. But it's all rooted in the Constitution itself. And the idea that the design of the Constitution is meant to address these issues, which were at the time, right? These are issues in 1787, and they are issues today. The core idea of how do individuals come together and how we respect each other's equality, how we understand our own choices, and how we're choosing to buy into this nation that we're talking about, which has foundational parts within the Constitution itself, and I think that's really key.
That's right. Going back to the preamble we mentioned, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, this idea of we the people being individual sovereign people, mm-hmm. coming together around a common purpose, which is the forming of that union, but more so forming of a union in order to secure the blessings of liberty, right? Securing the ability for us to live our lives. And we talked about what that means at different levels. So we talked about what it means when we are operating as political individuals. We'll talk a little bit later about our civil institutions, ways that we organize around different interests that we have outside of the government, whether it be for inconsequential or very consequential things. And also how we operate as economic beings, what it is when we're trading and working and buying and selling goods, going about our just everyday lives.
Yeah, that lived experience, I think that's key. I think it's very easy to look at the Constitution as being only focused on the government. And while, yes, obviously that's very important, it's done so in a way, I would argue, and we could probably talk about it, that there are limits and freedoms that are there in the document itself, right? That again, it's not a list of policies necessarily, but structures by which individuals and groups can kind of come together. Government's part of it, but by no means is it the only part of what's in there.
Yeah, that's right. It oversees different elements. So, of course, Article 1, Section 8, we were just talking about the legislature. In Article 1, Section 8, there are clauses that outline what those different powers of Congress are. What are the distinct things over which Congress is responsible for? And, of course, one of those is the Commerce Clause. Okay. Commerce being regulated between states is certainly within the purview of Congress, and that means we should probably talk a little bit about what commerce is. Yeah. So what is that? What does it mean for us to be sort of in an economic relationship with one another?
Yeah, that's a fancy word, commerce. I often think of it when I'm on a website that's .com, and there's, because of commerce, it's often buying and selling and trading, and it's part of this big idea of the economy, which can be a lot to wrap your head around, right? The economy and what that means. And I may know in my day-to-day lived experience, much like the many people who are having discussions over the course of this live stream have their own lived experience. But that's only a small part of it, right? I mean, this year I was particularly noting, how do I get food? How do I have things that I'm going to be living off of? And so I think it's important to question, like, what exactly is the economy?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, I'm no economist, but I do know that I need things and stuff from time to time.
Things and stuff are great.
Especially living in the complex world in which we do in 2020. Many of us do not farm all of our own food. Many of us don't have the skill required to create a Wi-Fi or to build a cell phone, or many of these things that we use. All of those are supplied by individuals who are thinking and acting and trying to solve problems within society. And for that work, there is a benefit. We call that profit, right? Mm-hmm. There's an incentive for them to take that action. But that relationship, I think, is an interesting one because it goes back again to that same thing we talked about earlier, which is trust. We trust the things we're buying are what they say that they are. We trust that what we're going to receive is a quality product. And we have the ability to sort of monitor and regulate that trust a little bit as well.
Absolutely. And so part of that is focusing on how organization and by that business is part of that. And so there's a conversation coming up with Joel Peterson, who's a chairman at JetBlue Airways, also a professor, he's at Stanford, who has a great conversation that dives into this with our very own Stan Swim. Let's take a look at that.
At BRI, we like to focus on three general sectors in our society: government, business, and charitable. You're most experienced in the business area. How does business make its best contribution in that mixture?
Well, I think that if we keep in mind the purpose of business is to provide products and services at attractive prices and values to customers, consumers. And I think to the extent that businesses are efficient at that, they really are doing their jobs.
You spend a lot of your time teaching, writing, and investing in business settings, but you're also involved with Stanford University's Hoover Institution. What connects your regular work with Hoover's work in history, government, and the American system?
Well, I think business really depends on having a stable government, a stable set of guardrails, laws, principles, regulations. All those things matter a lot, and there are many different philosophies about what government should do, what is the role of government. And so to me, it's vital that we get that right. And the American Constitution has proven to be a miraculous document. I mean, it's lasted for a long time. It's been remarkably helpful at building this greatest economy in the history of the world, granting freedom, private property rights, the rule of law, free speech, all these things that have made America such a remarkable place for hundreds of years, at least. So to me, it's a vital concern.
Let's dig a little bit deeper on that one. How would you mentioned a couple of ways that the Constitution affects business in America. You think and work a lot with startups. How do you specifically see that playing out with these new companies as they're getting started? What kinds of environment? What kind of an environment? What sorts of protections do they need to get off the ground and then build value for investors and satisfy consumers?
Well, I think one of the things is there's kind of this notion of antitrust, whereas if you have these big established players, they can crush new players. So you can have new ideas come out, and if there's not a free market that allows the best idea to win, we'll just maintain a bunch of existing businesses that will be able to kill any new entrant. So I think it's important that the markets stay open, free, and I think our whole freedom depends on it. So to me, it's at least one area that the government matters a lot.
Okay. One of the issues that you've written specifically about is the issue of trust, how it relates to business, and we'll get to that in just a minute. But I'd like to reflect for just a moment, if you could, on how law can foster a climate of trust.
Well, law provides us with something that we can rely on. You know, trust is developed basically when people deliver on promises. They say they'll do something and then they do it. And that's what the law is there to enforce. So if somebody has a complaint, there's a predicted remedy, and we can understand what the guardrails are. We can understand how to get disputes resolved, and understanding the rules actually allows us to build trust.
So is there a point at which law begins to displace trust, like crowd trust out? And if so, what does that look like? Could you give me an example?
Well, I think if the law is abused, and we see the law abused, just because there's a law doesn't mean it's going to be observed or managed perfectly. So I think lawyers in many cases have become very clever. They figured out ways around the law, ways to manipulate the court system. And so we get injustices. The law can be used as a cudgel. It can be used to beat people up. And so I think the law, in theory, provides for greatly enhanced trust. It is actually, you know, this notion of the rule of law, not the rule of humans, is a way to actually build trust. But if you get people who've learned to manipulate the law and use it as a weapon, weaponizing the law, then I think it can destroy trust. And people can get frustrated with it and seek ways to defeat the rule of law.
So Joel Peterson touched on something I think that is at the heart of Constitution Day, which is what the Constitution fundamentally is at the end of the day, and that is a law. Mm-hmm. The Constitution is a law. It is a written Constitution, which means not only that it's physically written down, but it's something we can go to and read and look at. And that's significant because it helps form, I think, what Joel Peterson was talking about as well, which is this idea of stability. If it's going to change, it has to be actually written in and changed. And that, I think, helps to, again, create this society in which things are stable, in which we can live in a predictable way, which then allows us to take actions that if we were concerned about this stuff all the time, we might not be able to take.
Right, absolutely. It requires a certain amount of trust, which I think is interesting. You know, having something written down, it's how do you take an idea and have it be something that you can point to? And, you know, I mean, if we're talking about economics, you know, I'm not an economist either, but speaking in the classroom, I would often show, say, a piece of currency, a dollar, and be like, we trust what this means. We agree, you know, like time, we often say, you know, is something that we agree on as being true. And so that trust in the classroom, I think, is really important. The trust in the Constitution is really important. That just general idea of trust, I think, is key. And luckily, we actually had the opportunity to sit down with a number of teachers and speak with them, which was really excellent. You'll see me there, but really a lot of the conversation was with BRI's own Liz Evans, who sat down with a number of teachers and talked about this idea of trust.
Well, great. Well, I'm excited to see what they had to say.
Yeah. So the theme of this year's Constitution Day Live is about United We Stand, ? And so within that is this idea of coming together, an idea of being united, of unity, for lack of a better word. Some say unity requires trust. What are ways that trust is built, even among those who do not see things the same way? And so I'll start with Laura, if I can. You know, whether or not it's in the classroom, in the community, the state, the nation. Let me ask you that question. What ways do you see trust being built?
Again, I think that you know, a lot of people don't think that that's something that can be taught, but I would beg to disagree. And I'm going to go back to those essential debate skills, because a debater is required to debate both sides of an issue. And that forces each individual to look at an issue from all sides, and perhaps to that may change their mind on which side they actually, you know, stand with, or it might mitigate how strongly they feel about one side or the other. But they are at least looking at things from a different perspective, and it forces that, because they have to debate both sides in a debate tournament. And I think that those skills are really important, because they're learning to pay close attention to those details from each side. And debate used to be such a common part of our republic, and it's faded so much, and I hate to see that, because so much of our founding fathers' lives were centered on these debates that occurred. When we study the Constitutional Convention, think about we listened to, you know, how hot it was and how miserable they were, but they didn't stop arguing. They didn't say, well, let's just, you know, flip a coin because it's too hot in here and we're wearing wool and this is miserable. They kept arguing, they kept debating. And I think that's such a critical aspect of the Constitution to consider, is that it took a lot of argument, it took a lot of debate, but they recognized that compromise was going to have to occur in order to achieve union. And I just think that teaching kids these skills can help to teach them trust, to teach them that they can argue with someone and then shake hands at the end and still go have lunch together in the cafeteria, or still be friends and classmates. And I think just building that up as a society, we have to reteach our nation how to engage in civil discourse again. And I think that in that way, trust can be built. I also think that we can focus on things that do unite us. My students today focused on Patriot Day, and one of the things that the 9/11 Museum and Memorial Foundation does is to focus on this concept of serving in memory of those we lost. And so it's a national day of service, of volunteerism. No greater love has any man than to lay down a life for somebody else. And people were willing to lay down their lives for documents like the Declaration, and then that led to the Constitution. So what can we do to honor that, is to look for commonalities. And I talked, and the reason I'm kind of, and I know this is sounding very disjointed, I think it's coming across in my head very awkwardly, but one of the things we talked about in my class today was how beautiful the 12th of September was, 2001. That we had never been since World War II more united as a group, because we faced something together. And I think that that's something that we can focus on in our classrooms.
Yeah, that is really powerful, and being able to balance in one's head that term argument's an interesting one, right? Because I think often it has a meaning that seems like there's a stop to something, but that's what we mean. Yeah, exactly. There's more, you're presenting thoughts and premises and understanding it, but also the powerful point that you make about those commonalities are, you don't. Sometimes when it is revealed in such a way, it is incredibly powerful. Molly, if I can ask you ways that you've seen trust lead to unity.
So I can't help but think of how we are in school this year. We are in person, and I mean, our administration right from the beginning said we are in this together to try to go to school and have it as a normal of experience as possible in the midst of a pandemic. We are literally trusting each other to do the right thing, to all be kind of leaders in this school environment, so that we can do what we all want and be in the building and collectively have that experience that is so meaningful. So they really are kind of putting trust in each other, that they're looking out for each other and doing the right thing collectively as a school community. And hopefully that we see that happening across the country as well, that we are in a collective moment where if Americans come together and trust that we can look out for each other, then we can get through these times, like living through a pandemic. When I also think of trust, I think of and compromise and all that. I think that to get the students to realize that they have more in common than what divides them, and trying to do exercises. One of the first few days of school this year, I just had them have a conversation with another student that they don't necessarily know that well, and try to just kind of come up with everything that they have in common, and just realizing that there's probably more that unites us than divides us. And starting there, and if you can kind of see more of the human face in the person that you are having that disagreement with, you're more cordial, you're more hopefully trusting that there is positive intent in what they're saying. And it doesn't always have to be us versus them, but instead, this is what I am saying. And I do this exercise with my students all the time, where you say this, your partner is saying this, but what do you say together? And how can you kind of reconcile those ideas that you think maybe at appearance are completely separate? They might be, there's some commonality there. And I think that's where they can start.
I think both what Laura and Molly has said really resonates. I think at the most fundamental level, like we as teachers in our classroom, whether we're doing this virtually or whether we're like getting to be inside that actual classroom, first and foremost is we're developing that trust with our students. And Laura, I loved what you said about like people talk about trust not being able to be taught. And I think you're right. Like, I don't think it's something you probably can read and learn, but I think it's something that can be emulated, right? And so us in our classroom, I mean, I'm so much of a believer in trust is developed by like humanity, right? Being honest, being forthright. Like if I don't know something, I'm not going to lie to my students and tell them I know what I'm talking about, right? Like I'm going to say, that's a great question. I'm going to look that up for you, or someone else can look that up. And just kind of showing that like I as a human have my faults, but we are, as Molly was saying, we're in this together, and building that relationship within the classroom where you can start having those debates and they can start feeling comfortable, and then telling them and talking about how does this look outside, right? Like what would you want your leaders to be saying right now? What does that sound like? What can you forgive of someone, even, you know, if you don't agree with them, but maybe empathize with or understand? And so for me, I feel like this idea of union, it comes from developing trust at the most fundamental levels. And I know that in this country that is so incredibly vast that could seem so difficult, but it's like that grassroots movement that we start, right? Like we're starting it in our classroom and building this broader community of people who can listen to each other, who can empathize, who understand that compromise doesn't always make everybody happy, but that you do go along with at times to be able to work through in a different way, and to have those debates. Because like even my students, like one of my questions that I always ask them, I'm like, true or false? We all have to agree. And some of them are like, yeah, we have to agree. And I'm like, no, that's false. Like we're never all going to agree. That would be so boring. But we're going to listen to each other, and we're going to use that scholarly dialogue to be able to have those discussions. And in the end, we may never agree, but we're going to see that we all kind of have the same ideas and the same aims, that we all want to have safety and we all want to be cared for, and then we all want to see a society in which people are able to be successful and grow. And so anyways, in the long-winded, like it starts really small. Like I emulate what I believe will elicit trust, and my students in turn will do the same for me.
how fortunate we were to have this conversation about trust and the lived experience in the classroom, and really getting to these big ideas, but what it really means like in the day-to-day. And I think it's time to check in with our other staff and see what they're living through right now.
That's right. Chris and several members of our BRI staff, Nadely and Kathleen, have been touring around DC, going to different gathering places. And you've been to the Supreme Court, you've been to the Capitol building, and I think you've arrived at another gathering place.
We have indeed.
So can you tell us where you
tell
are?
them where we are?
Sorry, yeah, having a little trouble hearing, unfortunately.
Yeah, so
our
we're facing. We're actually facing. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, now we can hear you.
So we're facing the Black Lives Matter mural, which the mayor of Washington commissioned, and about a football field from that is a fence, and behind this fence you can't see it, but it's the White House. And the reason you can't see it is because the fence is covered with people have posted signs with messages, Black Lives Matter. If you aren't anti-racist, you are complicit. I don't know if you can read some of the messages, but here's the First Amendment really in practice. It's really quite powerful, I think.
Very much so. This is actually my first time down here since the mural was painted. It's really nice. I kind of regret not coming here sooner, but it's really interesting. These different posters and just to see the mural live is really big. I'm really shocked about it, but love the experience. Love the energy down here.
Absolutely. So this is obviously the physical seat of the first branch of government, the executive branch. The building behind us is where the president works and lives with his family and works. And this has been a gathering place for a lot of protest and celebration, both in the present time and throughout our history. The church, St. John's Episcopal Church, which I'm sure many of you saw in the news, the president standing in front of, is actually right here as well. So being in this physical space is very powerful and very moving. And, it reminds me of both the potential for unity that we have, the potential we have for coming together, and also the divisions that we still have. Over ideas, over how to achieve true racial justice. We've physically seen those play out right in this space over the last few months.
Yeah, I think that's really powerful, and it's really powerful to see those symbols. And like you mentioned, the White House has been the scene of protest. Earlier, we were talking to Mary about the 19th Amendment, and famously, there were women who were part of the women's suffrage movement who went and petitioned Woodrow Wilson to get that amendment passed, to get women's suffrage achieved. And it's amazing now to see this dialogue take place. It's really a public showing of those different views and those different interests in that conversation that we've been talking about all day today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sorry, Nadely, I've been having trouble hearing you, but I think you said this has been it's relatively new. Physically being there almost has a bit of a difference, right, than just reading about this or seeing this in the news. And I feel like that's actually a very significant point about that experience of literal voices being heard in occasions like this.
It's different when you're here in person. Very, very different.
Yeah, and I think, being able to go physically to those locations, and again, we're very fortunate to live just adjacent to Washington, D.C., but there's something about being there, and I think there's something about physically gathering together, and maybe it's something I'm just reflecting on more because it is 2020 and we have had a pandemic that's kept us apart, but the opportunity to assemble, that right of assembly, that right of hearing your voice and of seeing the physical nature of people uniting together for a common purpose is really powerful. And I think it's great that you all are able to go down and see that, even though there may not be thousands of individuals gathered there now, that there have been and that they've left sort of their messages for what it was they were gathering for, I think is really powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. There definitely is a significance to the individual voice. And luckily, throughout the day today, we've First of all, I do want to thank you for taking that trip there and giving us this amazing tour over the course of the day, really live. But there's also, I think it's important to pull back a moment and think about the individual and the individual voice and how that's heard in our society.
Yeah, that's right. And Chris, you read a couple of those signs. I mean, those are put up, I think it's important to say, by individuals. But the signs also reflect a movement, right? So it's someone made it, but someone made it and they're a part of that larger whole, right, which I think is really powerful in that it's that coming together that's driving toward a goal, toward a common purpose.
Yeah. As someone who's lived here for a while and been to this space many times, I used to go running down here. It's really incredible to see how the space is transformed by this historic moment that we're in now. And it will be interesting to see going forward, whoever the next occupant of this building is after November 3rd or after January 20th, how it will continue to express and kind of reflect that moment, right? Beyond the pandemic and beyond the current divisions that we're having. Like, what's going to be the next iteration of this space? It's
absolutely. That communication, it's funny you're mentioning that, Chris, because, the pandemic, I think the fact that we are talking to the two of you live this way is something that even a few months ago, I personally did not have as much experience with. And I think, when there are obstacles, it's significant mentioning that we find ways to go toward the things that we want or that we feel others need.
Yeah, that's right. And that coming together is really a hopeful, sort of an optimistic thing, because it's an optimism that we can achieve what we're putting our minds to. It's hopeful, and it's going back to that idea of trust, that there will be a system that is recognizing sort of what we're driving towards. And there's also an opportunity in that, the opportunity that we have to have ourselves be heard, but also the opportunity to participate in society in a number of different ways.
Right. And a great conversation about such things happened with Evelyn Marquez. And so what do you say we take a look at that?
Let's check it out.
This being Constitution Day, one part of the Constitution that kind of sets it all up is the preamble to the Constitution. And one of the phrases in there that stands out to me when I hear your story is the phrase, secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. What does that phrase mean to you?
It means that I have rights that protect me, that protect my business, that protect my family. Other countries, if you start a business, and I'm speaking in regards to business because I'm a business owner, if you start a business and the government is not okay with it, they can literally go and make you stop doing that. Where I used to live, where I come from in Chihuahua, the people don't have rights. I mean, there is a lot of, they call them sicarios. So they're basically drug dealers, the drug cartel and things like that. They have more power than the people. So if they don't like that you have a business, they can go and burn it down if they want to. They can go and burn down a house and no one is going to do anything about it. Yeah, you can go to the police station, but they're not the same rights that we have here. There is no rights that protect you like the rights that we have in the United States that will protect us. So I feel confident that my business will be protected and that there is people that will defend my rights.
So I think, it's really powerful to circle back and think about, what Evelyn was talking about, that we have rights that are being protected, and getting also to this idea of wholeness and oneness that Dr. Danielle Allen talked about earlier, that we're coming together, but it's not a uniformity, but it is a coming together, a joining together to work on behalf of others, really, to defend others' rights. And to help us think through this once again is our colleague, Tony Williams. Welcome back, Tony.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Tony.
Yeah, no, it's great to be here again.
And so thinking about sort of that idea, coming back to this idea of united we stand, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the question of the day. And again, we talked about when we first had Tony on, thinking about things being united and connecting that to the idea of union. And of course, one thing that we think about often when we think of union is the Civil War. And a significant part of the Civil War was Abraham Lincoln, and even before there's the election of 1860, but even before the election of 1860, we have a lot of sectionalism and division. So we've been talking about division today, we've been talking about different interests being represented. In fact, earlier we had a question from someone on YouTube, and we encourage you to reach out to us if you have questions that you'd like us to discuss. We'll try to get to as many as we can. But they were asking about sort of third parties, right? And I think it's interesting in this context because before the Civil War, you have different parties, you have different elements that are arguing and debating and vying, particularly over the issue of slavery. And you have Democrats and you had Whigs, and then the Whigs went away and you had Republicans. But even with that, you had different segmented parties, and so it was a little crazy and chaotic. But the Constitution was there, where there were individuals that were trying to continue to keep the country together and unified in a way. But this election that came down in 1860 was one that was momentous and significant. But even before that, the debate leading up to it, particularly around the Kansas-Nebraska Act, you had this really powerful speech that Abraham Lincoln gave that's often referred to as the House divided speech.
Right, right. And, you know, in the speech, Lincoln talks about how the government cannot endure forever half slave, half free. Now, it had endured up to that time, essentially half slave, half free. But he understood that as the abolitionists were pushing very strongly for its abolition, and you know, the pro-slavery advocates were pushing for the expansion of slavery into the Western territories, that Lincoln saw the contention over this issue. He saw the division, and he said, you know, it cannot endure forever, half slave, half free, because, you know, on one side you had republicanism, you had equality and liberty, you had the Republican principle being upheld, and on the other hand, you had the tyrannical principle, right, of injustice, of the denial of natural rights. And so while Lincoln understood that it could endure for some time, it couldn't endure forever, half slave, half free. You know, you had to make a decision that eventually the country would have to either follow and reconcile itself with its founding principles, or would have to just get rid of them.
Yeah, and so part of that, you know, was a part of something we don't have time to go into, but is, you know, changing views around the idea of slavery and the enslavement of individuals, and that there were people, particularly in the South, that were advocating for it as being good and consistent with constitutional principles, which, of course, it isn't. Like you pointed that out in talking about the denial of natural rights. I mean, fundamentally, it gets to this idea that it is wholly, completely inconsistent and morally objectionable and a horrific institution. And Lincoln saw that and yet worked within the constitutional system to try to bring about the ending of it. And I think that's the momentous thing about the election of 1860, which is important to reflect on as we're in an election year, what contentious elections can really look like. 1860 is one of the most contentious elections. And Lincoln gets into office and immediately is assailed with states who are claiming that they're going to leave the Union so as to not be a part of what they believe is going to be a drive for abolition that Abraham Lincoln is going to push forward.
All right, so he's being assailed by the secessionists, as you say, and he needs to solve that problem, but he also needs to balance that with the contending abolitionists who are just demanding the immediate end of slavery. And so Lincoln is trying to thread that politically between the different groups, but he's also trying to achieve the principle of natural rights for African Americans, and yet do so in a constitutional way, right? Because he knew he had no power over slavery where it existed already, but Congress did have power over slavery in the territories. At least he thought so, not the Supreme Court in Dred Scott. And so, you know, he has to navigate all this, and it's not easy. And, you know, I think his approach is prudential, it's restraint, it's constitutional, and he alludes to that, you know, very much so in his first inaugural address. But he also appeals to the national union, right? He appeals to our common, you know, the common idea of America. And so he closes very beautifully, and if you'll indulge me,
please.
I want to read it because I think it has so much resonance in 2020. I am loath to close. We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break the bonds of affection. The mystic cords of memory stretching from every battlefield and patriot grave to every living heart and hearthstone all over this broad land will yet swell the chorus of the Union, when again touched as surely they will be by the better angels of our nature, right? It's really beautiful, right, to think about as Americans, we can have differences, we can disagree, but we're still friends, right? We're still Americans, and I'd like to think that in 2020 we can recapture the better angels of our natures and discuss and deliberate again and maybe even argue productively over that cup of coffee or that proverbial beer. You know?
I think that's significant there's so much to unpack in that, and I think it's significant drilling back, or at least returning back to that concept of preserving a union, and maybe what Lincoln's perspective on what that meant, right? What the union meant in this particular case of what you just read.
Right, I think he means those brotherly bonds of affection among all Americans, that whatever our differences, and they are many, right? They were back in 1860 for sure. But you know, it's a common affection to citizens, right? That we have a common purpose. But also, as I said earlier, going back to Washington, you know, the National Union for Lincoln represents something much greater than just nationhood or just a national union, which he was desperately trying to preserve. I mean, that was very important. But it goes deeper, right, to that Republican principle, to free government and free institutions and a free society and a healthy civil society where we have some idea that we're in it together.
Yeah, it's that fundamental recognition that we all have value. It's that idea that we are unified around a Republican ideal that is inherent within that, which we've talked about today quite a bit, is in order for you to unify, to become that wholeness, that whole thing, you have to recognize that there are different parts, right? That means that you have to recognize that every individual who's caught up in that is a part of that thing, and that you recognize in them the individual rights that they have, and that they are equal to you before the law. And I think that's a lot of what Lincoln was thinking about and was motivating that speech, and also his desire to preserve the Union, which was a desire to preserve that hope that we can continue to work towards a more fuller realization of that promissory note in the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal.
Right, that's the goal. And you know, he understood over tariff policy, over the expansion of slavery in the Western territories, over numerous issues in the 1850s, the Fugitive Slave Act. There were a number of disagreements over policy, over politics, over foreign policy. But that was okay. It's one thing to debate politics. It's one thing to have differences over policy. That's a part of human nature. We're going to have them in a republic, right? We don't all have the same opinion. But that doesn't mean that we can't agree on the fundamental common ideas of being Americans, right? And those fundamental principles. And then we can disagree over the politics and policy. And it's going to be messy, right? Democratic politics usually is. But that's okay. That's okay.
I think that messiness is not unimportant to stop and focus on, because you mentioned there is work, right? And that work can be messy, and that work, but it sounds worthwhile. And I think we've been talking earlier, part of that work is compromise, but not in a win-loss way, but rather how do you work, even though it's messy, in these really complicated ways. And I think one of the things that we experience is people do live this every day. And luckily, we've had the chance to be able to talk to some of these people.
That's right. We were fortunate, again, to talk with Senator Mike Lee from Utah, who is a United States Senator. And he spoke with Stan Swim about this idea, about that messiness, but also that it's not a win-lose, you know, all stakes are on the table every time that there's a decision. It's this deliberative conversation that happens that we're all a part of, and that we have a drive to continue to want to be a part of it. And that's fundamentally what we're doing when we're united. So let's take a look at what Senator Lee had to say.
On Constitution Day, in a year of protest, pandemic, and political upheaval, what would you want young people to focus on when they think about the Constitution?
Focus first and foremost on the fact that the Constitution is there as a structure around the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence recognizes the inherent dignity and significance of the immortal human soul. The Constitution builds a framework around that to protect those things. And that ultimately this is about protecting the human condition. It's about the same things that Abraham Lincoln described in his 1861 address to Congress, when he said the purpose of government is to lift artificial weights from all shoulders, to afford all a fair start and a fair chance in the race of life, and to clear the paths of laudable pursuit for all. That's what government is there for. We recognize our fellow beings as individual souls with infinite worth and eternal potential. We'll be far more likely to treat them with dignity and respect, and far less inclined to excessively centralize and abuse the coercive force of government, and to allow that ever to accumulate in the hands of the few. Those are big words intended to communicate a very simple concept, which is that government is just the official use of coercive force. It's nothing fancier than that. We can lower the emotional temperature in the room if we remember that government is there to protect life, liberty, and property. It's not there to make everything fair in life. It's not there to be our favorite aunt or our rich uncle. It's not there to make all of us equal in terms of our athletic ability, the extent to which we were endowed with a lot of brains or a lot of intellectual capacity, musical performance ability, or otherwise. Government is there to make sure that we don't hurt each other and take each other's things. It's there to protect us from those who outside of our land would harm us. It's not good for much else, and it's not even good for those things if we don't relegate its use to those fields where we can most benefit from it.
A lot of what we're talking about today on this Constitution Day is about individuals, and I think it's significant focusing on the phrase infinite worth, that individuals have this worth. I think that's not something to be taken lightly.
No, and it is something, today is Constitution Day, so we're thinking about the Constitution, but there is this powerful imagery of the Constitution, as Lincoln referred to it, as the apple of gold within a frame of silver. And I think Senator Lee refers to as the Declaration of Independence is the picture around which the frame is the Constitution. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something that's really powerful, and I know has been central to a lot of the work that Dr. Danielle Allen has done too. This is something she thinks a lot about. And she had the opportunity, or our president, David Bobb, had the opportunity to sit down with her and talk to her about those questions, particularly in the light of everything that's been going on in the nation today. So let's have a listen.
Sometimes we fight with people that we love most, and that hurts. The National Basketball Association coach Doc Rivers had a poignant statement in the wake of the shooting of James Blake. And what Coach Rivers said is, speaking on behalf of African Americans, we have loved so much, and why does this country that we love seem to return that love with hate? Would you care to speak to that as we move perhaps to a conversation about the Declaration of Independence and what that means for our national identity, that promissory note that sometimes seems to the promise is not always kept in the way that we would like.
So this is a super, super hard question, and you can see different strains of thought. I mean, so if you look at the long history of African-American political thought specifically, you can really see it separate into a strand known as Afro-pessimism, which is a certain resignation to the impossibility of overcoming centuries of hate and racial domination and things like that. And then there's another strand of thought that really, I think currently the political theorist Melvin Rogers is writing about this, and he describes it as sort of radical hope concept, or a commitment in a kind of radical way to faith in democracy, a sort of democratic faith. And for Rogers, when he's describing this, the view is really that you need realism, you need clear eyes about structures of inequality, what the country's history is, but it's the faith is fueled by a recognition that it's a far better path for all human beings for us to break through that fight that we've been stuck in for a very long time. And it's so much better for all human beings that one needs to devote one's energies to achieving that. And it's sort of by pouring one's energies into that process of transformation, one opens up the possibilities of its arrival. So the paradox is that transformation looks out of reach. There's a lot of reason to think that it's out of reach. And as long as it feels out of reach, it will be out of reach. That's the hardest part, I think, about the need of, for example, in an African-American community for commitment to ongoing faith and hope. The faith and hope are part of what makes transformation possible. So, but that also does require a change of hearts and minds on the part of white Americans. Hope has to be met with hope, faith met with faith in order for us to break through collectively. And so again, yes, we're in another moment where the country needs a meeting of minds around a project of faith and commitment.
Faith, hope, and love. You've spoken of three very powerful things in your book on the Declaration of Independence, which is a beautiful reflection, a close reading. It's called Our Declaration. I wonder if you could speak a little bit to the importance of why, as you urge in this book, that all Americans should take the time to read the Declaration of Independence.
Well, it's the shortest, pithiest statement I know of the value for human beings in freedom and equality. So it's a quick education in the relationship between politics and human flourishing. That's why I recommend it. It was written for the whole world. It was written to make the case for why people should be able to govern themselves and what it means for people to govern themselves, namely that they make judgments about whether their institutions are securing rights, and where their governments are failing in that, they take it on themselves to lay out a new plan for how to organize the powers of government and lay its foundation on principle. The Declaration is a teaching text, and its value, as I said, is in this pithy articulation of the path to human happiness through self-government. It's important, though, too, that we understand the depth of the history of the text. It does not belong simply to Thomas Jefferson. We often just link the Declaration and Jefferson together as if they were somehow born in this world together, and that's very far from the truth. Jefferson gets credit for the Declaration because on his tombstone, he put the phrase author, Declaration of Independence. It's a very good lesson on how to get credit for something if you want it. He was one of many people who worked on the Declaration. He was the lead draftsman. He was charged with writing a text. However, the arguments in the Declaration came just as much from people like John Adams, Benjamin Franklin. Adams and Franklin were both people who were against slavery. Adams never owned slaves. He was always against enslavement. Franklin had previously owned an enslaved person, but by this point in time, he was against enslavement, and he became an abolitionist, somebody who worked actively for abolitionists in Pennsylvania. And the words of the Declaration were taken up immediately by abolitionists. Prince Hall, a free African-American in Boston, Massachusetts, used its vocabulary in January 1777 to submit a petition to the Massachusetts Assembly for the end of enslavement in Massachusetts. So the Declaration of Independence belongs as much to a tradition of abolition in this country as it does to Thomas Jefferson, all right? And people need to understand the richness of the text in this regard. Its articulation of a commitment to human equality had universal meaning, not for everybody who read and used the text, but for those many who did read and use the text. Its prospect, its promise of a greater reaching out and building out of human connection and human bonds of solidarity was lodged in the heart of the text. And again, abolitionists used the text immediately in that regard. So I do regret the way in which we move too quickly at this point in time to connect a text like the Declaration of Independence specifically to Thomas Jefferson, plantation owner, enslaver, etc.
That's such an important point, and really the recovery project that I take to be at the heart of your work on the Declaration is one in which every American needs to own it for themselves. it's something that when I was reflecting recently on the speech that the late Congressman, statesman, John Lewis, who in that remarkable speech he gave as a young man said in the March on Washington, we need to complete the revolution of 1776. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Dr. Allen, about what your argument is, but I wonder if you could comment on that idea of completing the revolution in light of the argument that you make for the relationship between equality in the Declaration and freedom.
The second sentence of the Declaration is the sentence about self-evident truths, and that includes the fact that human beings are created equal, that we have certain inalienable rights. The final clause in that list of self-evident truths is the one asserting that it's the right of the people to make a judgment about whether their government is securing their rights, and then to alter it or to abolish it as necessary, and to institute new government, laying the foundation on such principles and organizing the power in such form as to them, or to us, in other words, shall seem most likely to affect our safety and happiness. That is, the second sentence of the Declaration already assigns to the future the job of making continuous judgments about whether or not our political institutions are securing rights for all, and then altering in order to achieve that. So when I think about Congressman Lewis's words about completing the revolution, I hear that passage in the Declaration, the passage that enjoins to every generation to consider whether its institutions are delivering safety and happiness, and to make good on that promise of democracy to deliver that. So yes, I'm sorry, I've given you a long-winded answer, but in brief, we are still learning as a society how to deliver freedom and equality for all. Justice and equality for all, liberty and justice for all. The emphasis is on for all. That's the part that we're still learning. And yes, we have completion, a job ahead of us to realize the ideals that were articulated in the Declaration. That job, that responsibility was put on us from the beginning, as that text enjoins from one generation to the next the reconsideration of how our institutions are doing.
Well, I'm so lucky to be able to have these conversations on Constitution Day and tackle these big ideas balanced with, you know, what it's like to just live in a society and to think about the Constitution and the Declaration in this conversation. And I think, you know, earlier in our broadcast, we were talking about trust a lot, but hope, I think, is a really important thing that they talked about, and really how hard the work is.
Yeah, I think we continue to participate in self-government because it's a hopeful action. I mean, America is often referred to as an experiment in self-government. Mm-hmm. And in Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, he says that the country was founded on the proposition that all men are created equal. Mm. And I think it's the hope that that is true that we continue to work towards. We are all equal, but it's hard work committing to working with one another to continue to achieve common ends and to make that progress. And I think what was reflected both in Senator Lee's comments and in Dr. Allen's comments is it's hard work. It's difficult. You know, the Constitution outlines the means by which our national government operates. And within that, again, you see the three branches. Their different responsibilities are outlined in Articles 1, 2, and 3. But they don't say, even in that, just how difficult it is, how difficult that process of coming to agreement is. But we hope that it's worth it in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm thinking of two things that have come up so far in the live stream today. One being the anniversary of the 19th Amendment, and having Mary talk about that process. You know, that did require hope that the work being done is going to be worked on by future generations, but that's okay. That's part of it, is that you're doing things for future generations. I think that's what the Constitution's all about. It always amazes me to think about, how do you create a system for people long not born yet in future generations? But also a quote that I think stuck out from earlier was John Lewis and needing to complete the revolution of 1776, right? It's still, it's strangely hopeful. It's importantly hopeful. I say strangely in terms of 1776 was quite a while ago, right? And, you know, why not tomorrow? But tomorrow is part of this this ongoing process that you have to keep working on. It doesn't just happen.
Yeah, it's interesting, even thinking about the history of the Constitution itself. We had the Articles of Confederation, which was passed by the Continental Congress as the first governing document of the United States during the Revolution. And it got us through the Revolutionary War. That was the document that the states existed under while that war was proceeding. Afterwards, it continued to be the governing document, but there came a moment when certain members in the United States, individuals like James Madison and George Washington, we talked about earlier, saw that there were problems in holding together that union, and they wanted to create a system of government that would adhere more faithfully to those principles that the Revolution was fought for. And so then that was why they went to Philadelphia and drafted this new Constitution, was as a goal of trying to, again, complete that Revolution of 1776, to work towards a more full appreciation of those principles.
Yeah, I think that's not insignificant on Constitution Day. When focusing on the Constitution, invariably the Articles of Confederation are part of that discussion. And I think putting those two different words together is interesting. The difference between a confederation and a union. There's similarities, but there's differences, and I think that's what it's all about. And I think a big part of that is how we, even in our system today, think about how our individual voices are heard, but also on behalf of our state, for representatives. I mean, it's no accident that in this election year, we're thinking right now about how do our voices translate into representation.
That's right, and we talked about federalism a little bit earlier, but it's the idea of this divided power, but this divided but overlapping power. So there are national governments, there are state governments, there are local governments, there are municipalities within that. But what's important on all of those is this idea of voting. And so in another one of the videos we've created, we look at this idea of one person, one vote. So let's take a look at the video.
The first half of the 20th century saw the rise of urban America, as millions immigrated from other countries and millions more migrated from rural areas to cities. As a result, a relatively quiet political struggle ensued between rural and urban populations.
In state legislatures and congressional districts across the country, residents of urban areas fought to gain greater representation and equal consent in making laws to challenge the disproportionate political power of their rural counterparts.
One Supreme Court case in Tennessee exemplified this rift and raised some important principles. How did the court support the constitutional principle of rule of law with one person, one vote? This is the case of Baker versus Carr.
You know those census surveys that make their rounds every 10 years in order to count the number of Americans? Those are instrumental, as they redraw lines for political districts to ensure that areas are adequately represented in government. This is known as redistricting.
The Tennessee State Constitution required that legislative districts for the Tennessee State Assembly be redrawn following the federal census administered every 10 years based upon population change. The problem was that it was 1959 and Tennessee had not redistricted since 1901.
At the time of the case, Charles Baker was the Republican mayor of the urban district of Millington, Tennessee, which had approximately 10 times as many residents as some of the state's rural districts. So even though the population of his county far outweighed the surrounding areas, the votes from those rural counties were overrepresented due to the lack of redistricting.
On behalf of himself and other residents of his legislative district, Baker filed a lawsuit with the federal district court against the defendant, Tennessee Secretary of State Joe Carr. The lawsuit stated that Baker's county did not receive the equal protection of the laws guaranteed by the 14th Amendment by virtue of the debasement or diluting of their votes. Baker lost in the lower courts, which relied on the Supreme Court's 1946 Colgrove v. Green decision, which held that questions of congressional district apportionment were political questions that could not be decided by courts.
Baker then appealed to the United States Supreme Court, which agreed to hear the case. The case would prove to be highly contentious, as the court remained deadlocked and didn't hand down any of its decisions for nearly 1 year following argument. After a nerve-wracking case, what would the court's decision be? Did the Supreme Court have jurisdiction over questions of legislative redistricting?
Well, On March 26, 1962, by a vote of 6-2, the court decided in favor of Baker. Writing for the majority, Justice William Brennan concluded that judicial courts could address the political question and sent the case back to a lower court to determine whether or not Tennessee's system violated the 14th Amendment, noting that the court carefully took up this question because it normally deferred to the other branches of government and had to establish jurisdiction in this specific case.
Justices Felix Frankfurter and John Marshall Harlan dissented. Frankfurter argued that the court's decision violated the separation of powers between legislatures and courts, and that the court was asserting destructively novel judicial power. Justice Harlan argued that there was no federal constitutional requirement that the vote of every voter achieved a perfect equality, further stating a mathematical equality among voters was simply impossible to achieve.
Baker versus Carr paved the way for 1964's Reynolds versus Sims, in which the Supreme Court ruled that state legislative districts must be drawn in a manner such that each person's vote counts equally.
After he retired from the court, Chief Justice Earl Warren called Baker versus Carr the most vital decision during his time as a justice because it helped establish the principle of one person, one vote, and restored democratic and equal representation throughout state legislatures.
Issues raised by Baker versus Carr remain relevant as courts and legislatures debate issues of controversial apportionment and gerrymandering. Will redistricting be the subject of another major Supreme Court case? And if so, how high will the stakes be?
This was the case of Baker versus Carr.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Please like, share, subscribe.
So I think that video is interesting for a couple of reasons. One, thinking about the different roles that the different branches of government play. So early on, Chris was at the Supreme Court building. We'll get to see that in the background. And that we just saw a Supreme Court case, Baker v. Carr, reinforcing this idea of one person, one vote, which I think, again, is really significant when it comes to our voice within the union.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's significance a great word because, I mean, it is 2020. It is an election year. It's coming up very, very soon, and I think that speaks to the bigger conversation we're having today on Constitution Day about the systems that are in place for individuals and for groups and for associations in our society. So, welcome back, by the way, to Constitution Day. We're starting off our 4th hour of our live stream, and so for those just joining us, we've been taking a look at the Constitution from a couple of different lenses, from the idea of individuals and, as we said, having their voices being heard in the systems that we have, to just society writ large in general, but very importantly through associations. And so through the day we've been having, seeing dialogues, having dialogues, but I'd like to kind of take a look at that big question of this idea of society and like what that means. Like, what is civil society, association? It's so much to wrap your head around.
That's right, and we talked about there being different sort of levels that we all participate in society in. So there's the government, right? So that's what we were talking about just with Baker v. Carr and this idea of one person, one vote. We vote in society for political action. Then there was we talked about our economic sort of lives that we live, where we're buying and selling and getting of goods. But there's also a way in which we organize ourselves more informally. Civil associations, I think, is a way that we think about it. And it's interesting, you know, earlier I had mentioned Alexis de Tocqueville was someone who came to the United States. She actually came here looking at prisons, trying to write about prison reform. And which is interesting in and of itself. But while he was here, he reflected on what it meant to be in a democratic society. And this was in 1830s. Alexis de Tocqueville was from France, so this was after the French Revolution, but before a lot of reforms in France. And he had a lot to say and a lot to think about when it came to American society and democratic society, but particularly he focused in on these associations because he saw it as a way that Americans would come together around whatever interested them. So whether it be for a religious purpose, or whether it be for a philanthropic purpose, or whether it be for a political purpose, even outside of politics, he saw individual Americans coming together and associating in order to work towards what they saw as a good end.
I think that is important to note how he went about this, right? He's observing what is the case, right? He's observing these lived experiences in the society that is going on by the 1830s. The United States around for a while at this point. I mean, not super old, but as countries go, but you know, it's enough that the American society is observable. And I think highlighting the fact that seeing associations stands out enough to write about, to analyze, I think is significant, because I think that is, there's something about the voluntariness of it, right? There's something about that these associations happen because of finding common ground and a kind of common drive to achieve for themselves, for their groups, for the betterment of others. And it kind of just happens. It's strangely organic and yet essential to society.
That's right. And you may be asking yourself, what does this have to do with the Constitution?
Right.
But I think the idea is that even the Constitution itself, again, we're thinking about the preamble, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, there's a space in which we, the people, are sovereign and we are coming together. And so that activity that's happening in private society, one instance of that is the social contract that is the Constitution, right? It is an example in which we are dedicating ourselves to a common purpose, that of finding liberty and of securing the blessings of liberty, of finding safety, security, and stability, that is stable, as Joel Peterson talked about earlier, that stability being important for business and for interests. And so, you know, when we're thinking about this in the Constitution, we're really thinking about sort of the unwritten Constitution, this idea that the Constitution, you know, it's just a document, right? In the Federalist Papers, it's referred to as parchment barriers. What it takes is us having faith in it, trusting in it, but also having faith and trusting in each other, that we're all going to work and value one another and respect each other in those conversations that we have in society as we work to come to agreement. We work to be united.
Absolutely. And I mean, there's unwritten, but then there is the written document. And I think we're fortunate enough to have an interview with Senator Mike Lee of Utah, who's a senator right now. And he's going to kind of talk about the Constitution itself as the document.
Right. Let's take a look.
Constitution was written over 2 centuries ago, and it doesn't read the way we speak today. Sometimes that makes it challenging for a new reader to understand. If you could identify 1 or 2 of the best places to start understanding the Constitution, again, for a person just coming to it, where would you start? Would you start at the beginning? Why would you choose the ones you choose?
Yeah, I would start at the beginning. If you're leery about reading the whole thing, start by reading Article 1, Section 8. Article 1, Section 8 is the part of the Constitution that outlines the power of Congress. And Article 1, Section 8, coupled with the 10th Amendment, make clear that powers not given to Congress, most of which are identified in Article 1, Section 8, and not prohibited to the states, are reserved to the states. And so if you understand what's in Article 1, Section 8, keeping in mind there are a few other powers of Congress, but the overwhelming majority of them, and nearly all of them that come up on a very regular basis as topics of conversation, can be found in Article 1, Section 8. So if it's not in there, the chances are pretty good that it's a state power. We've lost sight of what is and properly should be a state power. And so anyway, that's where I would start. I would start by reading Article 1, Section 8. I would then maybe move on to the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, and then take it from there. In time, you can see that there is an elegant simplicity in the Constitution. The whole thing is only a few pages long. It's not hard to read. Most of it is in language that, while maybe not part of the ordinary usage of the American people on a constant basis, is far easier to understand, I think, than most writings of its era. And most of it's still pretty current. There are abundant resources to allow people to understand the meaning insofar as it's not clear on its face today, but most of the text of the Constitution is still pretty easy to understand today.
I think what is very striking is that the Constitution, and here we are celebrating Constitution Day, is designed in such an interesting way to read it in different ways, right? That that I think is a testament to the way it is designed, and the idea that it anticipates what society is like. Specifically that there are going to be different groups. I mean, from the very beginning, we talked about that even groups saying we should have this Constitution, or we don't like this Constitution, or we should change this Constitution, are immediately groups that are in there. And I think that asks the big question, how does community play into the way that the Constitution is designed? For those who have not seen before, Mary Patterson is joining us here from our staff here at PRI, and we'd love to have this conversation with you. And we're going to dive into some other more specific details in just a bit.
That's right, and I think that idea of federalism that Senator Lee was pointing out is really interesting from this standpoint, because we're talking about those varied interests. But we're also talking about civil society, right, and civil associations. And I think it's important to reflect on those again this year, because it is the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which was providing suffrage to women. And I think that reflecting on that this year, I think, has a particular meaning because, Mary, when you were on before, you had mentioned how long the suffrage movement was, and that it throughout that history took place in a myriad of different ways. It wasn't always just in court battles or whatever else, but there were lots of civil associations that particularly women were involved in the lead up to the fight for suffrage.
Absolutely. I think that you could say the movement for women to get the right to vote was born out of their association with the anti-slavery movement. So before we mentioned, as Kirk said, that this movement to get the right to vote took a long time. So when the 19th Amendment was ratified in 1920, it had come on the back of all of this work and all of this heartache. But it started with individuals coming together for a like cause, and specifically to abolish slavery. And I think that's really, this is such a great story. I have to tell you this story. So let me back up. In our Votes for Women curriculum, we have something called the Pathway for Change, which really talks about how these movements they're slow and they're deliberative, and that doesn't mean that they're bad, or it doesn't mean that they're not working. It's just that making big changes in a constitutional system takes time. It's deliberative. And a big part of that pathway for change, this framework for thinking about working towards these big changes, like getting women the right to vote, is that you have to join with like-minded people. You have to have these civil associations. And in 1840, there were 2 American women that were attending an anti-slavery convention in London. So they were just, with men as well. They traveled to London. They have a common cause. They're voluntarily together to, protest the slavery. And these 2 women, Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott, were not actually allowed into the meeting in 1840. They're stopped at the door. They won't let them in because they're women. And I just think it would be considered improper to have a mixed audience in 1840. So they can't even get in. Eventually, they're allowed to sit in a separate gallery, but they can't speak. They can't do anything other than observe. So this, I think, justifiably leaves a huge mark in their minds. And that very night, Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott say, we are going to have a women's convention in the United States. So it was almost this, and they do. That's 1848. We have the Seneca Falls Convention, which many people consider to be the real birth of the women's suffrage movement. But again, it's coming out of this, just joining together to fix something at the level of society's level, like the local level. It's not knocking on the president's door or anything like that. It's just coming together with like-minded people.
Yeah, I think that's really important, that these experiences are living outside of the halls of, for lack of a better term, like formal groupings, right, at first. I mean, you mentioned the amendment itself, if we're talking about the Constitution, it's not born entirely just in the halls of Congress or anything like that, right? It is
Absolutely
born
not.
In other places, and in people saying we have to have this conversation. Let's grab some time together and say we have this. We're drawn together for this common purpose. And I think that's so significant, because even when we think about associations, there's a certain formality to it that I think that seems to happen. But the women's movement is, over the course of this time, made up of so many just organic interactions that happen.
Yeah, it's definitely organic, and you have, again, to make a change, to make a big change, you have to have allies, you have to have public support, you have to learn from other people. So I think these 2 women at a meeting for another cause realize, we have this other cause in common, and it's not like they, stop being part of the abolitionist movement. They're just now part of the women's movement as well. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really powerful, and just the idea that you can learn from other people you have to work with others, sorry introverts, to get these things done.
Yeah, and I think that's powerful too, because it says something about our Constitution. And one thing, when we reflect back on our experience during the American Revolution and before the American Revolution as colonies, there's this sense of self-government that grew up, right? That the colonies, there's this word solitary neglect that gets passed around, right? But through that process, there's experience in what it means to govern. And you see the same kind of thing in the women's suffrage movement, right? There's this experience that occurs in these civil associations of fighting for something that then bears fruit when they become a part of another organization, fighting for change in a different capacity, which I think is really significant. It's that sort of that practical nature of what it means to unite and to work together to compromise that has to happen, because it's not easy to do.
Right, and I think I shouldn't paint the picture that, now we have a women's movement and it's smooth sailing from 1848 on. That's absolutely not the case. There are splits in the movement over whether to go by a state-by-state approach on getting the vote or over a national amendment. There's a split over supporting the 15th Amendment, which gave African-American men the right to vote before it gave the right to women to vote. So there's lots of infighting, and there's a lot of messiness along the way. But again, it's this compromising and sometimes taking a step back, taking 2 steps forward, unity and disunity at the same time.
Yeah. That's interesting to bring in the idea of compromise, because it's not just compromise between a unified group against or with or working with some external group, but even internally that this compromise has to happen.
Absolutely. I mean, if you think of any group, like women are not a monolith, men are not a monolith. There's lots of styles, there's lots of tactics, there's lots of approaches, and that a movement to be successful has to draw on all of that and make amends with all of that to be successful. And that's not easily done. Yeah. I mentioned before the group project analogy, which I love. I mean, life is a group project. Our country is a group project. It can be messy, but when it works out, it's so much better than anything any one person could do.
Yeah, and I think you talked about it taking a long time, and I think that's one of the challenges that results from living in a democratic country as we do, is that convincing is tough, right? And that's essentially what we're talking about. If we're recognizing in each other this value, what's inherent within that is the idea that we have to do the hard work of convincing our fellow citizens that there is a right thing towards which we're working. And that sometimes can be frustrating, can be hard. But fundamentally what it means is that we are still valuing each other, which I think is at the core of what we've been talking about today.
Right, absolutely. And that idea of convincing pops up in the 1848 convention at Seneca Falls. So out of that meeting of men and women comes a document called the Declaration of Sentiments and Resolutions. And the very last resolution was the most controversial, and that was for women to have the right to vote. It just squeaked by, because even at that time in 1848, considering to ask for the right to vote was almost considered a step too far. But Elizabeth Cady Stanton speaks in favor of it. Frederick Douglass, who was in attendance, he speaks in favor of it. So it is adopted. But again, even within that audience of like-minded people at this women's convention, they still had to convince each other that, we deserve the right to vote. Yeah. Women should have this right to vote.
I think that's so significant. Again, on Constitution Day, and again in an election year, we often think of living this daily life in a constitutional society, and we often think about voting, right, as being a very clear demonstration. And it's super important. There's a lot of other days, right, that days that we're not on that day voting, that it's not like we're not still part of this associations. We're not still part of living these experiences and having to come together and get that. Again, voting is extremely important, but what about all the other days?
Right. I mean, I think that's something that the women's movement generally had to come to terms with. Like, there were certain goals were more important to other women. Just not, like I said before, no one was a monolith. So there was this conversation back and forth of what do we put our weight behind? What are we fighting for first and foremost?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that idea, earlier when Chris was at the Capitol building, and then again when he was at the White House in Black Lives Matter Plaza, they were talking about that there was these public signs, right? And we talked about at the Capitol there was this public oath of office, right? And the Declaration of Sentiments is powerful to me in that same vein, because it's a public declaration of what women wanted to achieve, right? It was them coming out and making a statement, and it's powerful and it's difficult. Getting everyone to agree on a statement itself is really challenging. Dr. Danielle Allen talked about that too, with when we're thinking about the Declaration, that it was representative of more than just Thomas Jefferson, right? It's really representative of the Congress that passed that Declaration, much like, you know, the Declaration of Sentiments was a representation of, you know, what those women were working and fighting to achieve at that moment.
I think a lot of times when we think about these documents, we're talking about founding documents, the Declaration, the Constitution, we think of them as, you know, there's this document, it's in stone, it's this massive thing. But there was so much fighting and detail that went into it. And there's this wonderful graphic from the Quill Project that shows how all of the work at the Constitutional Convention, so much of it was done in the Committee of Detail, which is a detail-oriented person I appreciated. So we think about like the founders sitting there and they just like made this magic document, which of course we know isn't true, but there's all this fighting over the crossing the T's and dotting the I's, not actually doing that, but on that idea that we forget about the fighting and the convincing and the deliberation that's constantly going on. Right, like George Washington and John Adams aren't like holding hands and singing Kumbaya. I mean, everybody's just, they're kind of fighting it out. They're duking it out. Yeah. These are big questions and they require deliberation.
Yeah, we definitely encourage people to check out the Quill Project, by the way, because that is a fascinating thing. And earlier you were talking about the legislative part of it, but I want to go back to this idea, if we can, if I could put you on the spot, talking about the fighting and things, and even the method of conveying these outside of voting. Because you mentioned Chris, and you were talking about the different ways that people were fighting for it, and I don't think it's insignificant to think about later years, fast forwarding a bit, to how Alice Paul and others were getting messages out or were bringing attention to what they were doing and utilizing gathering spaces and utilizing like methods I think were also very significant.
Yes, so Alice Paul, shout out to my girl Alice Paul. If you're not familiar with Alice Paul, you definitely need to read up on her. So the women's suffrage movement, as we said, it's a long movement. There's splits and they come back together. Alice Paul comes on the scene in the early 20th century, and her tactics were considered a little bit more controversial and radical at the time. So she believed in picketing, she believed in staging parades. So maybe by 2020 standards, we wouldn't think of these as so radical, but for the time, it was definitely considered much more in your face than the tactics of Carrie Chapman Catt, who was her contemporary sort of leader in the women's suffrage movement. And Alice Paul actually gets so frustrated with the slowness of the movement that she forms her own National Women's Party. And the National Women's Party is out there in front of the White House with signs in the middle of World War I calling President Woodrow Wilson the Kaiser, because if we're fighting for democracy abroad, we can't say we have a democracy at home if women can't vote. So it was just this very controversial style versus Carrie Chapman Catt, who greatly respected and worked with Wilson, and there was just sort of this split there. But again, their goal was the same, and they had different tactics and different approaches, and ultimately it is passed. Carrie Chapman Catt and Alice Paul are there to see it. So I think it takes a little bit of everything. It's not just one thing that kind of sticks.
Yeah, I think that's really powerful. In mentioning World War I gives us a sense for how long that movement was going on. I mean, you mentioned 1848. World War I, you know, was 1914 to 1918, so it was probably 1916, 1917 when she was in. That's a long time, and that's a lot of work, and a lot of individuals coming together to continue to fight for and advocate within that movement.
And
No, absolutely. I think these conversations are ongoing, and it's great that we're able to have that. I think that's significant. And speaking of which, luckily we have the opportunity to see another conversation with Joel Peterson, a professor and chairman of JetBlue Airways. So what do we say we take a look at that?
What lessons from your work apply to how we associate and organize to address community needs now, not necessarily business ones, but community needs, problems that arise? Can you give us a sense for how you think about that?
Yeah, well, we all have coincident interests with our communities. We live in a community, we're dependent on the police, on schools, on fire, etc., and there are needs that arise. I think a lot about the issue of schools. And I think one of the things that concerns me are these inner city schools where people don't have choice. And really the interest in everybody is to trust that schools will be preparing the next generation for successful lives. And I think we're failing in that. So I've seen a number of people come together to create charter schools. In fact, my wife works on a charter school. I know Speaker Paul Ryan has worked with Charles Woodson to develop these zones that are inner city zones, where people say our interests are coincident, our long-term interests are coincident. And so people will give money, time, energy for something that doesn't directly, immediately benefit them, but in the long run, because of this community coincident interest, they pour energy into it.
So you're talking about that in terms of interest alignment, but is that really pseudo-trust, or is it some other kind?
Well, I think you'd have to say it's pseudo. It's the best kind of pseudo trust because it is coincident interest. But I think it goes beyond that, in that people really learn to trust each other in reciprocal ways, in representative ways. You know, if you want to help somebody build a building for a school, you know, you're going to need expertise to do that. So you're going to that will be representative trust. You'll be reliant on people who have contracting experience to do something you couldn't do for yourself. So to me, all of these can kind of come together in the example you give.
Well, and one can even sort of morph into the next. So for example, if a community can only start with some pseudo trust, but even just take those first halting steps and begin to work together with the idea that our goal is to get to more trust, more authentic and genuine trust, they can build up from there.
That's a great point, and I think that's a great way. And it's often the way that reciprocal trust builds. You don't start out with reciprocal trust. I always say that when I'm working with a young person, I give them a little bit of trust, and if they deliver on the promise, then I accord them more trust in a new assignment. And the more they deliver on promises, the more I trust them, until finally the trust can develop into this reciprocal kind of trust.
What character traits, you actually stepped toward this just a minute ago, but what character traits do you look for as you try to find and develop leaders?
Well, I think the ones that I just mentioned are certainly at the top of the list, but I also look for things like humility. You know, it's funny, people think humble people are often reticent, shy, they hold back, they self-disparage, self-deprecate. That's not how I look at humility. To me, humility is the ability to assess reality, to apologize, to reverse course, to say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, we need to do the following. So humility is really important. Another one for me is people who are optimistic, you know, who tend to be happy, who tend to see the glass is half full, not half empty all the time. Optimistic people tend to have more grit. They tend to be more fun to be around. So I look for humility and humor and happiness and optimism as traits.
So, you know, throughout the day, we've been looking at our public selves in different ways, right? Looking at the different levels of society. And I think what Joel Peterson's comments there talking about are that sense of trust that continues to inhabit society, but it's also that we really lean on each other. We need on each other. We need to become united in order to stand, almost in a sense.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, no, yeah, that community need, that we are all part of something it's always on your mind, but sometimes it's easy to forget. And on Constitution Day, when you look at the Constitution, I think sometimes, maybe I'm wrong, but sometimes it feels a little outside of you, right? It feels like this parchment, this document from a while ago. But it doesn't just speak about the government. It speaks about all different parts of society. And I think that's really important. I mean, we're jotting down some notes here about like what's needed for that. There's a need for optimism. There's a need for that personal interest goes beyond just me. And I say that because I'm thinking earlier we were talking about the Baker v. Carr and one person, one vote, right? And then we were talking about the 19th Amendment, and it's the value of an individual voice is obviously extremely important. Voices together, well, that's quite something.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely the case. And, you know, I had mentioned Alexis de Tocqueville earlier, and he has a really powerful quote that, if you'll indulge me,
sure.
I'll read from, because I think it really gets at what he observed when he was in the United States in the 1830s about democratic life. And he says, as soon as some inhabitants of the United States have conceived of a sentiment or an idea that they want to bring about in the world, they seek each other out. And when they have found each other, they unite. From that moment, they are no longer isolated men, but a power that is seen from afar, and whose actions serve as an example, a power that speaks, into which you listen. And what really strikes me about that quote isn't this just this idea that we're coming together as a group in some sort of association, right? And the Constitution pulls together certain associations. They pull together the House of Representatives and the Senate, for example. They're groups of people, but more than that, their actions then speak for what it is that they're wanting to achieve. And that to me is really powerful, and that we're not just isolated individuals at that moment, but we have set aside some of our own self-interest in order to achieve something in common, which I think is truly powerful.
Absolutely, yeah. That in common part, I think, is really interesting because it's a certain amount of thinking of others, but and we talked about this earlier, and I keep coming back to it, and forgive me for this, but on Constitution Day, thinking of the Constitution, thinking of 1787, the idea that common good is not just who's currently alive, but who is going to be in the future, and thinking outside of oneself in those terms of how do you allow for them to deal with what is to come. There's so much that's not in the Constitution, but the fact that it is designed in a way to deal with future issues is significant to bring up on Constitution Day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the other thing that Joel Peterson mentioned in that last clip, which is something we haven't touched on really explicitly, but is this idea of leadership, right? So we've been talking about coming together as a group in a community and coming to a decision plurally, meaning all of us agreeing together. But within these movements, within these groups, and Dr. David Bobb, our president, mentioned a really powerful leader of the civil rights movement in John Lewis earlier today. These leaders have a responsibility to have a humility, to have optimism within that group, but they're the ones that really can help drive forward. And what's really awesome about our constitutional system is that all of us, all of you watching today, have the opportunity to be leaders within your own communities, within your own groups that you're associated with, and the different things that you're working towards. You can be a leader, and it's important within that context to continue to recognize, even in leading, you're leading co-equals. You are leading others who are like you, and in that pursuit, trying to be inclusive, trying to drive towards achieving something that's powerfully done, but is consistent within our constitutional framework, I think is both an opportunity, a responsibility, but also is something really exciting that we all have the chance to be that, for ourselves within our communities.
Actually, and you don't have to wait to do it. You don't have to do it someday. You can do it today. I mean, if I can give a small plug to something that we're working on in our programs team is called a My Impact Challenge. And if I could talk about that, it's a curriculum that encourages that encourages association for students, young people. Even if you're not at an age to vote yet, right? You're still able to have the agency to do this, and that's a big part of it. Real briefly about that, it's taking a look at issues in community and saying, how do you bring together these different aspects that we talked about today in constitutional society, the political, the social, the economic, to bring people together and to lead to this common good, to help others and to solve issues of today.
That's right. And classrooms across the country are a really powerful way that is a community in of itself, and it's a powerful way where those kinds of actions can be demonstrated and talked about.
That's right.
And Gary, I know you had a chance to sit down with some of the educators that we work with across the country to talk about exactly that.
I did. We're fortunate enough to sit down with our regional programs manager, Liz Evans, who was part of that conversation, and we talked to a couple of teachers, and yeah, we acknowledged that idea of a classroom being a microcosm, a small version of society where these changes and these issues come together. So I think we have a chance to watch Liz and the teachers talk about this.
All right, let's have a listen.
So upholding the Constitution in itself takes a lot. It takes coming together, communicating, civil discourse. Obviously, the document itself has had to evolve to fulfill some of those promises that have been made, and it's had to kind of change. So since schools are kind of that microcosm of a community, how do you model civil discourse in a world where students may not see it all the time? And Molly, I'm gonna ask you first, if that's okay.
I think teaching the basics, because I tell them that the debates we're going to have in here are not the debates we're having on Twitter. Okay, you cannot bring your social media self into the classroom because that's just shouting at each other. So it's not only teaching them to discuss, but to listen. And I think what helps is even before they're allowed to speak, they have to repeat back what that other person said so that they can make sure that they heard them correctly and that that intent of what that person said is clear. I like to try to get everybody to speak before using the whole Supreme Court rule where everyone speaks first before the second person can, or the person can speak the second time. I think is really helpful, but just modeling that as much as possible, not assuming that they know how to do it, because in their normal life, the students may not just be used to that. And so just making that there, I think establishing kind of like the class rules, kind of emulating almost like a self-government in a way, that you are part of this, you are kind of giving your responsibility, your opinion here, so that we are establishing what we are doing in this classroom, and really just kind of building that political knowledge. We've been back to school for 2 weeks and they keep asking, are we going to debate? Are we going to debate? And I'm like, yes, absolutely. But let's learn a few things first so that we have that foundation, so that we are having a good debate, so that what we are doing here is what I want you to be able to go forth and emulate elsewhere outside of the classroom. So I always tell them that social studies, especially the government class, is the most important class that they're ever going to take. I may be a little biased, but I tell them no matter what, they probably have plans after high school that they're going to be in a society. So let's make sure that we know how to be a good member of that society, a good citizen, and let's learn those skills and that knowledge here in this class, and creating that safe environment to do so.
Great. What about you, Shannon?
I think this is one of those things where so many things were going through my head when you were talking, Molly. One, like you were bringing in social media. And it's really interesting because sometimes when we're talking about the ratification debates, and we're talking in particular about the Anti-Federalist Papers, how they're all written under pseudonyms, right? And the students are like, what? Like, what's with this weird name? Why are they using these names? And I'm like, okay, well, why would someone like want to write under a name that isn't theirs? And then they start to like think about, well, you know, that's kind of weak. Like if they have these opinions, why don't they want the world to know them? Then I tie it to social media, and how so very frequently on social media, people are so much more emboldened to say things that they maybe wouldn't necessarily say to someone's face, and how that can kind of serve as their pseudonym, right? And I think it's a really hard thing for us as teachers to help them like take what we're teaching them in that classroom and turn that out into the world when they see so much more like poor discourse in the world, right? Especially like when they're talking about their leaders, right? And how poorly we as a country have been having this discourse. I guess what like at the fundamental level, what I like most hope and believe is that what we're teaching them here in these classrooms, like that's going to eventually come out, right? And that those in 15 years, our students are going to be the ones who are the leaders, and they're going to know and understand how to do this. And it really ties back to Laura when you were originally talking about the importance of debate, but also it's that importance of that civic knowledge, right? And that understanding. And I know that like me, 20 years ago, like it was so unimportant. And even when I started teaching, I mean, it was like, you know, history, we're a core subject, but you know, who really pays attention to history? It's like math and reading. And I think sometimes we see the ramifications of that, and that us not really focusing and understanding the importance. And so, yes, Molly, I too think it's the most important class that they're going to take. And when they ask, like, why do we need to know this? And it's like, well, because you're going to go into the world and you need to make this world a better place. Here's how you're going to do it. I'm going to give you those tools. And so in terms of having that discourse, like we've said, it's just this microcosm of where we're going to show and teach them. And hopefully they will eventually take it out into the world to make that a better place.
Well, and this is so great that you bring up social media, because I think on social media, it's all about what you think and not why you think it. And it really sounds like in your classrooms, you're really inviting them to explore more of the why and more of the counter. And I think that that's incredible. Laura, what about you?
Two things. The first is we've talked a lot about modeling it ourselves. I tell my students from the beginning of the semester that our classroom is a safe place to discuss things. Particularly in world history, we're learning about cultures and religions and beliefs that they won't agree with, and that's okay. But we're going to learn about them, we're going to discuss them, and we're going to see how those beliefs impact actions. And that's no different from the way the beliefs of our founding fathers and the influences upon them impacted their decision-making and their writings and so on. And so I model that by making it clear that there's no question they can't ask, that I will always try to answer that in as scholarly and as warm and friendly a way as possible, that it's safe to ask questions, because I think sometimes there's always that fear of asking or appearing ignorant, because the social media response is to slam and to call names and to belittle. And I think it's important to have dialogue, which requires back and forth. The second thing is as a group. So in addition to me modeling, just, yes, let's have that conversation. And then saying that was a great question. And several other people will usually nod their heads like they were having that same question too. They just didn't want to ask. And over time, they start to feel safer asking questions. Or, Mrs. L, did you see the headlines about such and such, and what do you think? And a lot of times I'll say, well, what do you think? What do you think about it? And I think teaching them that they have valuable opinions and that they can form those opinions based on knowledge that they're gaining. So I'm always encouraging them to look at the source. And I think that in any constitutional discussion, look at the source. What does it say? But the second thing is I've really started learning over the past few years how to conduct Harkness discussions in my class. And I think that has been such a valuable tool. And most of my kids love them because there's no winning or losing. They're earning a grade together. And I think as a younger teacher and as a younger person, believe me, I love good competition. I'm all about, some competition and some trophies and some winning. But I think that in our day and time, it's such a fantastic way for students to learn to discuss together and to value each other's input, because they have to draw each other in. It's a group effort, and they have to bring in ideas and build off of. It's not an issue of, well, I'm going to get an A if I make sure I talk 6 times, and so they're checking off and they can't wait to raise their hand to say something. But they have to listen, because what they say has to build on what has just been said. And I think that's crucial. And I have been getting better at my ability to work those into the classroom, and I'm still working on that. It's still a work in progress. So learning is definitely a lifelong journey. But I'm learning from my students how valuable they are and how much they appreciate that effort. And I'm learning sometimes how to group them in such a way that students who have fantastic ideas but are often not heard are learning to stand up and speak those ideas.
It really was so nice to be able to have a conversation with some teachers from across the country. And as you can see, that's very few, representing many, many teachers out there, which is really a big part of what we're talking about on this Constitution Day, this theme of United We Stand and all the different experiences that we had and have. And I really wish we could have spent time speaking of many, many more teachers, but luckily there are opportunities for that because throughout the year we do encourage communication with us and working with us in lots of different ways. Speaking of, we did get a question about my shirt. This is a Bill of Rights Institute shirt. It features Abigail Adams, and it's the kind of thing that teachers often have an opportunity to get themselves or to be part of in our programs and contests that happen. Now, speaking of contests, wouldn't be a Constitution Day without mentioning a contest coming up. So we do want to keep the conversation going, right? The dialogue that we're having about this doesn't end on Constitution Day. As we said, it's year round. So after today, we want to hear from you. We want to hear what you think United We Stand means to you. And so we're inviting you to partake in a contest that we're holding on that very idea, that question, United We Stand, what does that mean to you? And so we're asking if you could produce a video, 3 minutes or less, and just tag us in it, a public video using the hashtag United We Stand contest. You can share lessons, you can share activities, you can share projects, whatever it is your students are working on or you're working on, showing how you're building community and creating a positive classroom culture during this time. So the deadline is 12 o'clock on Monday, the 30th of November, so a bit of time. And we'll talk about that at upcoming Bill of Rights Day. But there are prizes. A first place prize is a $250 gift card and a brick, a Bill of Rights Institute curriculum kit where you might get some items for your classroom, particularly curriculum and other really fun little treats for you and your students. And then there are 4 runner-up prizes as well. So once again, tagging us in a public video using hashtag United We Stand contest. And by public, I mean, you can have us on Twitter or on Instagram at BR Institute, Bill of Rights Institute, at BR Institute. On YouTube, where you're here right now, / Bill of Rights Inst. We didn't put Institute on there. Or just go to Facebook or Bill of Rights, the Bill of Rights Institute, and we're on there. So we invite you to dialogue with us.
That's right. We want it to be a true conversation. And so today, Gary and I have been reflecting on what this means to be, United We Stand. What does that mean? What does it mean for us to come together, particularly on Constitution Day, reflecting on this day that the Constitution was sent out for ratification. But it is a conversation that happens throughout the country, and I feel very privileged to be able to talk to you about this today. And it's a part of what we do here at the Bill of Rights Institute, which is supporting educators and also continuing this conversation around the Constitution, the constitutional principles, what our civic lives really exist as, and how we can think about that and continue to engage in thoughtful dialogue and in working to ensure that that promissory note of the Declaration of Independence, that we're continuing to work towards that objective. Mm-hmm. And one of the ways that we've done that in the past year is release a new online resource called Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness, which is a U.S. history textbook that covers all of U.S. history from the colonial period up through the present day. It's all digital, it's all online, it's all free and open to access.
Wow.
And through our partner OpenStax at Rice University, it has the ability for you to customize your classroom in whatever way you want. And we really emphasize a lot of the things that we've talked about today, which is that you have the power to shape the conversation. You are the ones that are investigating and thinking about these different things. And so we've tried to facilitate there a conversation so that when you dig into that U.S. history, you're not just being presented with the answer, the one narrative that the omnipotent, all-knowing narrator has given to you, but instead that you see different scholars from across the country writing and having a dialogue with one another. We actually worked with over 90 different scholars from across the country to get this resource created. And I think the result is something that's really powerful, really exciting, and one that, as a student, we hope that you're excited to dive into because it allows you to explore the rich narrative history of the United States in whatever way is most powerful and compelling to you. So we have a short clip that tells a little bit more about Life, Liberty, and Pursuit of Happiness, and so let's check it out.
Well, welcome back. Can't believe we're coming to the end of our end-ish of our 4-hour live stream celebrating Constitution Day. A lot of big themes went around in our conversations, but all around the idea of united we stand and how the Constitution is part of that. And we've been fortunate enough to have some staff members who have been thinking on their feet, as it were, by exploring Washington, D.C., which we're very close near it, and connecting these themes to this lived experience. So I see here we have Chris and Nadely. Chris and Nadely, can you tell us, coming in live, can you tell us where you are right now?
We are at the Lincoln Memorial, as you can see right behind us. Could you see a quick shot of the Lincoln Memorial? Okay.
That's great. And so you've been going around and checking out different gathering places throughout the day, and you've decided to end your journey today at the Lincoln Memorial. What brought you guys to the Lincoln Memorial specifically?
We thought, so we're sort of working backwards. I was thinking about this earlier. We started with the third branch. We went to the Supreme Court, then to the second branch, the Capitol, and the first branch was our last visit at the Executive Mansion, the White House. And sort of tying it all together is this area where civil society kind of brings all of us to both protest, celebrate, demand change, practice our First Amendment rights. We're just steps from where Dr. King stood and gave that historic speech, the I Have a Dream speech. Decades before that, Marian Anderson performed on Easter Sunday on these same steps, 1939. So, in Lincoln's shadow, we remember a time when the nation was at its most divided, right? And all of these great leaders have chosen, and all the citizens today and throughout history have chosen this as a place to come together around that dividing point in our history, right? And I think that's that speaks to the character of our country.
Yeah, that's great, and there's something so nice that you are there live right now. And a little bit earlier, you were talking about the experience of being there. Nadely, I was wondering if I could ask you. You're there. We're not. We're sort of watching this. What about the physical place you are now? Not only the physical location, but the building itself. What do you think that says about why people are gathering there, what the meaning of it is? What do you see around you? What's happening? I'm really interested in the experience of that space, even happening now.
It's history. It's basically history in motion. It's basically history right in front of us. So it's basically people are just here to experience, be a part of history and be able to experience history live and in motion. So of course, it's always a different experience when you actually can physically see it for yourself. And it's not only about reading about it in high school, it's actually being here. It's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's really powerful. And there's something, again, we mentioned this before, but like the physicality of being around people and being in a location and like you said, Nadely, like seeing that history is so powerful and significant. And these symbols, I think, sort of show that for us and sort of retain that memory for us, that have a place for us to continue to go back to and to revisit. And I think it's sort of the vestiges of where we have united, that continues to have power. That Tocqueville quote I said earlier, that when we come together, we are an example. And that example speaks and has power, I think is really tremendous.
I love that quote. And I think, one of the things that's driven home to me today in sort of taking this mini journey around the city is the people that designed the city, L'Enfant, Banneker, when they laid it out, they clearly wanted us to, they wanted a certain emotion, a certain feeling, a certain feeling of unity to come across in the way that they designed and laid the city out. But I think even beyond that, do you have anything to add, Nadely?
No, you basically got everything that I wanted to say, but it's just so much, it's so easier just to walk from one history landmark to another. It's so much easier. Just being in DC is one of the best things I ever done, moving down here, just because history is right in front of you, of course.
So I think the quote that I was looking for, I can't remember who said it, is that we shape our buildings in architecture and in design, but thereafter they shape us. And these spaces have, in some sense, shaped us as much as we've shaped them over the course of the events that have taken place here.
Well, we couldn't thank you enough for spending a few hours traveling today. That was a lot for you to do on behalf.
Our pleasure.
Really, it's on the behalf of teachers and students and history enthusiasts across the country. Do you have anything, ideas that you want to convey to those watching right now about Constitution Day and your experience today?
Sure. I was thinking about 233 years. You know, that's how long it's been since the Constitution was adopted, and it's really in the full course of human history a very small blip of time, right? And the civilization that's been built around the system of government is so fragile. You know, the paper isn't the reality of it. It's what we do with it. It's what we create around that. It's the way we use it as a tool to serve one another, to protect one another. And it is truly, it sounds cheesy, but it is truly about we the people. And each generation, including our own, gets to own that and make it our own. So we really get to decide, you know, whether this great American experiment is going to continue or whether, you know, it's going to divide and fall.
Well, thank you both so much.
Thanks, Natalie.
I'm sorry, Natalie, go ahead.
So I said he took the words out my mouth. So yeah, ditto.
Well, thank you guys so much.
Really appreciate it, and safe journeys back here to the office.
That's right. Thanks for taking the time to do that and celebrating Constitution Day with us.
Great. Happy Constitution Day, everyone.
Thanks. You know, we really couldn't have done today without lots of people, Chris and Nadley and Kathleen involved. I mean, talk about United We Stand. This really was a lot of people who made today happen.
That's right. It was a total group effort from Stan and David, who conducted our interviews, to Haley, who's making sure that we've stayed on screen for all 4 hours, and Aaron, who has made sure that we've stayed on time.
That's right. Mary and Tony are our guests here. Our other guests that were spoken to, Senator Lee and Joel Peterson and Evelyn Marquez and Dr. Danielle Allen.
Everybody came together to make this work, and I think that is sort of, as we come to our closing moments here, the thing that I'm reflecting on is whatever you do in life, you know, has this element of united we stand to it. And so thinking about it within the context of the Constitution is a part of our lives as Americans, as we live out our lives. On September 17th, we take a moment to reflect on it. But I think in reflecting on it, we start to see just how powerful of a document really is and how optimistic of a document it really is. As we talked about with Dr. Allen and others throughout the day today, that the idea that us having faith in one another is at the heart of self-government. And that idea means that whenever we're participating in self-government and whether we're voting or we're out petitioning or protesting or even going out and gathering a group of people around a common interest, we're seeing in each other that equality and that value, that equal dignity that's at the heart of the Declaration of Independence. And that to me is something that's really hopeful and really optimistic and contains a lot of power and potential for where we may go in the future.
Yeah, I mean, and we have to be sort of realistic. As you're talking about that, I think, and that is every day. That's not something distant. When you said the phrase go out and get together, we've learned this year, I mean, we're going to get serious for a moment. We've learned this year that there were obstacles to us getting together in certain ways. And what happened? People found ways, right? Liz and the teachers and their classrooms and the students, even if you're not voting, even if you're not physically going out and doing something, every day people found ways in 2020 to get together, to connect, to have this hope, to have this trust in each other, to have this faith that what they needed can be achieved if they work together. I mean, really, I wasn't quite certain how we were going to wrap up this exploration of United We Stand, right? We shouldn't have. We wanted it to be a conversation throughout the day. And yet there's something so powerful about the realization that at the end of the day, I think one of the things we came together is that it does happen, that we had back and forth conversations and that we were able to really organically find that people do find ways to come together.
Yeah, and that dialogue continues, and that desire for change, I think, is rooted in that desire for us to want the best for all people. And again, in that recognition of that fundamental equality that sits at the heart of the Declaration of Independence. And yeah, I mean, I think about, especially over this past year, thinking about the ways that we've come together, from, you know, the ways that we've honored first responders to the ways that we've sought out to hear differences, to have those differences of opinion voiced in powerful ways and through powerful imagery, and that the nation has come together and coalesced around these ideas in a way, even as we've been more apart than most of us have ever been, I think, you know, from just forced isolation because of the pandemic, you know, has caused us to, I think about what it means to be united in very unique and different ways this year.
No, absolutely, because there's when you say, you know, differences and obstacles and separation, is interesting because there is the physical separation, and that's true. Trying to organize something, that's the system we were talking about with the Constitution. How do you design ways to be able to actually get people together? But then there's the difference of opinion, different approaches, and different ways to do it. I mean, you know, in addition to the pandemic, there really are movements about civil rights happening in lots of different ways. You know, important ways of protest and having voice and getting together in so many interesting, fascinating ways that it is, because it's in a constitutional setting, right? It's in a constitutional society that we can do that. We understand that that awareness and appreciation of the equal humanity of other people. And when something gets in the way of that, which it happens, that we can work together to try to overcome it.
That's right. And in a year that is an election year, and that cadence, that rhythm of our lives every 4 years as a presidential election is dictated by the Constitution. It is because of the Constitution that we are having an election this year, and that we trust that an election is going to happen this year, and that we are going to engage in thoughtful dialogue about what that's going to mean, about what direction the country is going to take. But all of that, again, is rooted in that hopefulness that we have, that we can come together, that we can, in fact, be united, and that united we stand.
Absolutely. And I have a hope that you will all stay in touch with us in the various ways, because studying the Constitution on Constitution Day is key, and at the Bill of Rights Institute, we do it all year round. And so you can always reach out to us.
That's right, and we have a number of different webinar series going on all the time. We have different programs and things going on across the country. And so we hope you'll check out our website. You can find out details about all of that. And we'll look forward to talking to you again on next Constitution Day.
That's right. Happy Constitution Day, everyone.
Happy Constitution Day.
Whew, good job.